Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening. Welcome back to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. I'm up here floating around in this technographical nightmare we call the International Fake Station, 250 miles above the earth. Looking at everybody here. Quantum Epic is here tonight. Barbara the Nail Pusher, good to see you again, my dear. Let's see. Plowboy 6656, Mike Smith. I saw Jeebus Crisp in here too. I'm going to be putting a link up in the description here in just a couple of minutes for everybody that wants to come up. But I wanted to kind of discuss what this realm is. I had a really interesting thing. I don't know if y'all caught my video the other day, but or was it today I put that one on, or no, it was yesterday. And it was we did a live stream the other night, and I was here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. We're also live on Sav's Place and on Rumble. And there's Mark Baskets in here. Is Earwin? What? Oh my God, another Mandela effect? Okay, cool. So anyway, if you note, there was nothing said about a flat earth or anything else like that on the title. We did touch on some of the stuff a little bit. But on the backup channel, which had the least views, of course, there was only a couple of people in the chat, and one was a known globe troll. And it seems this is another funny thing, too. I see that a lot of these globe trolls, when they're not doing anything with flurfs, they're always attacking First Amendment auditors, cop watchers, that kind of a thing, and trying to, oh, look at what an asshole this guy is, which can only bolster my idea. There's Brian Stavely in the house. Good to see you, brother. I watched a bit of your thing here today where you all had the little memorial and all that stuff. That was pretty cool. And then that on Jeranism, that was a pretty neat stream, man, with everybody on there. It's good to see everybody in one place like that. But the interesting thing I noticed, we had a known globe shill in my chat on the small channel. And ironically, even though flat earth wasn't brought up or said or anything else like that, I got a Wikipedia fact check on there, which only bolstered my opinion that these people that if you've been arguing for the globe this long and been presented with the evidence and realization of a flat earth, and you're still hawking the globe vehemently to the point where even in some of the cases of some of these people, they're spending a lot of money on equipment and shit to prove some bullshit that should be fairly obvious, that they are all working in some capacity for the establishment. And we saw that when I showed the fact checker Charlie and all this other crap that we uncovered, where I looked at my block list on Facebook and all these globe trolls that I'd been fucking arguing with had reverted back to their original program name or whatever it was to begin with. But so many of them called fact checker and spybot, and I think it was probably about 95% of my block list, which mostly consisted of globe trolls anyways, turned out to be bots, or at least that little chihuahua was about to drive me up a damn wall with that barking. I swear to God. Anyway, so I just thought that it was interesting that was the only one that ended up with a fact check on it. Jesus. I don't know if somebody's here. It never fails. Somebody going to roll in about the same time. Howdy how. Sorry, slow with the replies, but I am reading the Buckethead emails. Buckethead emails. Well, anyway, the interesting thing, let me see if I can pull that up and show it to you, because you can look on this channel. You see that. There you go. Oh, I wonder why that's not just automatically coming up. It should, but it doesn't. So yeah, this was the live. It was this one. Nothing was said about anything to do with flat earth or anything else like that, but look at here what showed up on it. This is funny. You see? The Wikipedia flat earth. The flat earth is an archaically and scientifically disproven conception. Well, that's a lie. Of the earth shape as a plane or a disc. Many ancient cultures subscribed to flat earth cosmology. Yeah, they did, because it's pretty obvious. The idea of a spherical earth appeared in ancient Greek philosophy with Pythagoras. However, most pre-Socrates retained the flat earth model. So the thing is why did this show up on here? You see the title of it is just freaking Friday Night is the name of it. But we see this guy here, this Sean Hawkins character right here, had to come in and have some bullshit, right? I remembered him. He's got some kind of a ridiculous Polaris challenge, which is a straw man argument. What? Timmy fell in the Get Lassie, get Lassie. I just got that because the dog was barking. Right on, Brian. Good one. Good one. But yeah, I noticed that. And then this one ends up with the only one that's got a flat earth Wikipedia thing, and that wasn't even the subject of the thing. So I thought it was pretty interesting that old Sean Hawkins shows up over in my chat on the backup channel. And the next thing I notice, we got this over here. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. And I think that these people that are out there, real douchebags, and that seems to be the characteristic of them too. They can't just come out and say something. They can't just come out and present their case. They have to be assholes. They can't fucking help it, you know? And in all reality, a globe earth is scientifically fucking impossible. Okay. What they propose and what they've got everybody believing is actually scientifically fucking impossible. Okay. I don't care how you do it. Now, if you want to make a lot of speculations and you want to use assumptions as fact, then I guess you could pretend your little fantasy world of a globe actually works, but it doesn't. Not in reality. So anyway, I'm going to put, because this is what I like to do, I'm going to put this down here into the chat. I'm going to paste it. Should go out onto the other two. I'm going to go ahead and pin it. Let me see. In this one. So Magic Johnson's name has changed. This is some crazy shit. And this is a new one, I guess. I don't know. See, I'm not a big sports person. Boy, I got more pieces. Ida Hat, Call 40. Let's see, Ida Hot. Who else do I got in here? The Melt Shack. That sounds like a place that would have grilled cheese sandwiches. They just took Pathetic and Desperate when they put those wiki labels. I know. That's what I say. Methinks the lady doth protest. And even just the short video that I put out there about that dickhead, just shows. It just shows. I've looked on his page. I hadn't seen anything out of him for about a year. And, he popped up in the chat. I was like, wonder what the fuck he's been doing. And so I looked over on his page and he's over there sucking at the teat of chili again. Or see there again. It's either going to be anything that's against that goes against the establishment status quo shit. That's what these people are on. You see, and especially that which threatens to overturn the status quo. For instance, showing people the true Earth as opposed to the shill globe shit that they try to push. That's a dangerous thing to them. So this is why it's so censored. This is why people get so pissed off. This is why people like Red's Rhetoric and Professor Dave and this Sean Hawkins, the only thing that they have is being assholes. That's it. And talking in a condescending manner or talking in a condescending manner. That just doesn't cut it with me. That doesn't make you smart at all. It doesn't. And I know too many people. In fact, I've had one on my panel before who thinks that their education level is the be all and end all of their entire fucking existence. When in reality, it's just, okay, so you're a good test taker. That's all that means. Just because you memorize some bullshit that somebody told you doesn't make you a smart person. I mean, and that's why I say these people that spend so much effort into trying to disprove what is obvious, to make you believe that your senses are wrong. You can't believe your senses. You're traveling in 5 different directions or more at phenomenal rates of speed, but you are not. Oh no, somebody just hit me up with the buzzwords, which means, you see what Burn the Corporate Fiction said to me in here? Do you see this? Do you see this? What's going on? That means that I must hit the ball. Anytime somebody brings up that parallax, refraction, or any other, let's see what's going on. Nobody over here. I got 8 people watching over on the Rumble side. That's not bad. Nobody's in chat right now. I think that's something that Rumble needs to work on a little better, is with their chat. They also need to get it together with StreamYards, because on the StreamYard side, I can see everybody's chat from YouTube, but I can't from Rumble because you have to set up a custom destination, and that sucks. But yeah, I had watched this guy once or twice before for a short period of time. All I could handle of him. It's a very gruff voice, very hateful sounding. Tries to be condescending with no room to be condescending. That's what I think is as funny as shit. Yeah, Rumble's getting easier. Now, to sub, you just follow. They've been sending alerts out. It did really good. Ryan did a show on there. Burn the Corporate Fiction did a simul stream last night. And shit, he had hella more views through Rumble than he did off of Facebook, or off of YouTube rather. what is it? Those people that condescend to Cholito supporters. Yeah, Steve, I agree with you. And I have to say that I think that Chili DeCastro is actually placed out there just like these others that I'm talking about to make those that are legitimate within that movement look terrible. That's exactly what I think they're the same thing as like the Flat Earth Society is to people that are true flat earthers. It's a way so that if people start to look into it and they go, oh, look at this crazy son of a bitch. No way. See, because you can't tell me that dude can have that many fucking subscribers and such a low view count, you know? And then this is just something I've noticed. All the ones out there that do the flat earth debunking, so to speak, also do hit pieces on all the 1A auditors. Same ones all the time. You just take a look. Flat Derp, right? That dude, he was mostly try to debunk flat earth, and he's on to a lot of the Chili and auditor bullshit, you see. And that's where all these channels are at. So what's the commonality? Well, people learning about their rights and learning about various avenues that they can take to escape. Well, yeah, it's not just against truth. It's not just against truth, Brian. Brian says, of course, they are all against truth. It's not just against the truth. It's anything that threatens that status quo, you see? And so how do you know that there's legitimacy to it? Well, you get the most flack when you're right over the target. Okay, there it is. And it goes right along with what I've said before. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. When you get that much heat over something such as flat earth, what's the worry? If the globe is such a obvious, and you know, you're really stupid if you don't think that, then why does it have to be taught? Why isn't it more obvious? You see, you would figure there would be at least one proof. Anti-burger element. I don't get it. Is that like Asperger's? Typical channel of 100 subs has 200 to 1,200 live in chat. Yes, sometimes it depends. That's a hell of a range, 2 to 1,200. I mean, you know, that's quite a difference. That's a difference of 1,000. But thing is that I don't know. It's just something I've noticed, and I see that there's certain channels like DeCastro that he actually makes he makes it look bad. Okay. And of course, it's easy pickings. And I know I did it myself. He's easy pickings for these frauditor exposure channels. Because, see, the more you focus on him, the more attention he gets. That's the one when people are looking into that, he's going to come up. Somebody's going to watch him and go, wow, what a fucking weirdo. Not interested. It's going to dissuade him completely right away from it. You see, same thing as it. Sorry about that. My dogs freak out every goddamn time a cricket farts down the road. So when you start getting that much, oh, she's taking the dogs out. That's why there's the noise. Okay. Yeah, man, they're going, that little chihuahua is like the mouthiest damn thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh my God. But, yeah. And so I see it's just like if somebody goes and Googles flat earth, they're going to get Flat Earth Society, right? Because that's pushed up to the top of the algorithm. Same thing. If you do flat earth in YouTube, you're going to get these assholes like Professor Dave and these condescending fucktards that when they do go up and are actually put to the test, they have nothing but anger, ad hominems, and a condescending attitude. Some of them get away with it because they, let's face it, here in America, we figure if you put a British accent on something, you can say nasty shit to people. I don't tolerate it. We fought 2 wars to get away from those motherfuckers. I sure as hell ain't going to put up with the crap on here. I can tell you that right now. But I mean, it's scientifically impossible for us to be on a spinning water ball hurtling through space in 5 different directions all at once, and you don't feel it because of math for some reason. Right. And the constellations all stay the same. I guess everything's just all right in sync with each other. Polaris never moves. But then they'll say, oh yeah, Polaris will move because in about 1,000 years we'll have a different. How the fuck? Now there you where you get this from? In 1,000 years, would you do zoom up to the future and said, oh look, Polaris changed? Shut the fuck up. I just can't stand that theoretical nonsense. Being quarks and gluons. Weren't we looking at that dumb shit last night? And photographs of quarks and gluons and some other kind of, they just make up shit. What was the other thing that they made up? Black holes. And what they do is they treat this as fact. And they say, well, if you look into the sky, wait a second, we're talking about the shape of the fucking earth, right? Yeah. Well, then why in the fuck are you looking up in the sky for? If I want to look and see what the shape of my floor in my kitchen is, what do? Look up at the fucking light? I'm going to look up at the ceiling or maybe the window. Maybe the window is going to tell me what the shape of my floor is. See how stupid that is? And then take a theory, a weak ass theory like gravity, suppose and theorize on its cause, and then place these unknown attributes onto other objects in the sky, lights in the sky, that you assume to be something they may or may not be, and then treat that as fact. And they say that's science. Well, that's not science. That's horse shit. Here's science. If you're on a fucking ball, you should be able to go to the water and see that the horizon's at about 3 miles is where you should start seeing a physical horizon. But you know what we see? We see that that's not true at all. It's just the limit of your eyesight. That's it. There is no curve. No ships are going over a ball. You're not seeing a fucking mirage of a city multiple times in all kinds of weather conditions sticking up over Lake Michigan. I mean, that's just the dumbest shit in the whole world. You have to believe that the view has actually gone from like this and been lifted up like this so that you can see it up. Do you really want to believe that horse shit that badly that you'll make up fantasy fairy tale horse shit like that in your mind? Come on, man. Smells like burnt steak. The worst is space is hot, but it doesn't feel hot. Yeah, sure it is. It can be anything you want. Actually, space is nothing more than a bunch of unicorn farts. I mean, we can just make up whatever the fuck we want as far as any of that's concerned, And then on top of that, we have to take into account that what we're deeming as reality is what we're deeming as what you can see, feel, touch, taste, hear, only really exists in a little spot in your mind about that big. You're taking in all these electromagnetic impulses, signals, so to speak, and interpreting it into a physical reality in your mind. Outside of that interpretation, it's nothing more than a symphony of electromagnetic frequencies. That's it. A huge symphony we hear with all of our senses. And we convert it into this cohesive reality, much like what we're doing right here on this computer right now. There's you people at home are watching me. I'm interacting with you, but the only place between you and I, all of this is nothing more than a bunch of ones and zeros flying around. It is not until it comes into the device that it's interpreted into this cohesive, malleable reality that we can manipulate. In some cases, interact with. Let me use that term. That's much better. See, if you take the distance of the sun in relation to the circumference of Jupiter, that's right. And then that's what they do. Is Uranus gas deadly? It's been known to wake people out of a dead sleep, Mark. It actually woke up to my wife punching me for inadvertent flatulence one time, but that was back when I was drinking. So it's not been so bad since I quit drinking. I guess when you quit rotting your guts, 4 sun cycles in the Yuga. Maybe we just went through another. I don't know. I don't even propose to tell you what the sun is. I know what it is not. Okay. I know that the sun is not a big fusion ball of hydrogen 93 million miles away and 836,000 miles in diameter. In fact, how would anybody have any of those figures? Where would those come from? Without some supposition, without some erroneous assumption, like the size of Venus, an assumption that it's roughly the same size as Earth. What's your reference point? So yeah, it's not yellow anymore. I know that, Michelle. That's something, I think we were talking about that the other night. I remember a more yellow, warmer sun, and now it seems like it's more of then it went through a phase. It's like it was a bluish, white, hot, intense sun, but it seems like it's going back. Now. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just getting used to it. It takes 7 septillion light years to travel to the nearest galaxy. Well, yeah, I mean, that's been measured. They used, what did they use? Everybody, come on. Parallax and refraction and gravity. That's what it was. Saw the funniest thing. It was maybe I have this up here. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Wait, what is it? The realm, Ryan. The topic is the realm. What the fuck is this thing? Measured it with my prick. Brian Staley says he measured it. Maybe Elon could go. Yeah, it's I gotta see it. I gotta find that picture. I took my Jeep up into. I'm gonna see if I downloaded that picture real quick here. No, it's on my phone. Anyway, I had this monkey sitting there, and somebody's interviewing him and says, "So now, exactly how did we evolve from you?" And the monkey says, "Gravity." Yeah, there it goes. That's exactly. But what's stupid? Hold on a second here. Yeah, the whole thing about that was I'm looking at it when they said they did it, and I was like, well, what would be the purpose of that in the first place? I mean, it's not, like, hey, just for shits and giggles. I mean, we're talking about a huge financial burden to just for shits and giggles to throw a goddamn roadster up into outer space or at least into orbit. But then you're watching this and you have to go, well, oh, I think he sent it. You see, water in space. All right, let me see if I can put that up. Hold on. We'll bring that over. That's interesting. Let's see, share screen. That's the one. There it is. Can y'all see that? I hope so. Hope you can hear it too.
Wildest imaginations never envisioned this scenario. An astronaut drowning in a spacesuit on a spacewalk 260 miles above planet Earth.
Drowning inside his own helmet
caused him to nearly drown inside of his own suit.
Water in his helmet?
It's an incredible story.
harrowing, almost unfathomable.
Unbelievable. This was one they had never envisioned.
I experienced what it's like to be a goldfish in a fishbowl.
Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
That dude is a functional retard. Okay? I think he's MK'd. I think he really does believe he's been into space and shit. But listen to him talk. You know, he's like, I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we've destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to get it back. I like doggies.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too,
Yeah.
you know.
Makeshift snorkels.
This snorkel, if water is encroaching your face, the crew member can lean down and use this to breathe.
They're ripping that spacesuit apart, trying to figure out where all that water came from. Not like there are that many options when you're out on a spacewalk.
Next on Jonathan Bird's Blue World, Jonathan goes to inner space.
I'm standing on the International Space Station.
Water in space.
NASA says they cannot guarantee the helmet won't fill with water again.
And obviously, if you fill the helmet, you can't breathe.
Scary story. Glad he made out okay. That's a leak.
Oh, it's an explained leak.
A significant leak.
You know, when I was commanding the International Space Station, we had a significant coolant leak.
I imagine there are no insignificant.
Are we all right? What happened? Did I lock up? I did. What the fuck? I locked up. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. So yeah, I didn't need to reboot. I just closed this up. Okay, so let me put this back across the way here so I can see myself. There we go. And then I can do this again. Damn. I don't know what happened there. Had a this must be me right here. It is. So I'm gonna go this one. I'm gonna go this one. And then I got there. Bear with me for just 1 second, people. Almost there. Ah, damn it. There we go. All right. So let me get this. All right. I'll put this over here. And I'll put this over here. All right. That's the echoing. Nice. I'm going to put this over here too. Want this big. We got one more. Now we're back set up. How about that shit? Jeez. Hey, I did pretty good, man. I did pretty good right there. I really did. I handled that lockup just dandy, and I didn't get upset. So anyway, that thing that Ryan had sent, I have to find it again. Just a minute. They don't like me talking about that shit at all, man. They don't like it. They hate it. They hate it 100%. Okay, so yeah. All right. All right. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to take it up to about there. All right. We're going to let me see, where's the sound at? Too much shit on my desk here. All right, now we're ready. Now we're ready. Ready? They ain't gonna stop us, motherfuckers.
He made out okay. That's a leak.
Oh, it's an explained leak.
A significant
Damn it.
leak.
You know, when I was commanding the International Space Station, we had a significant coolant leak.
I imagine there are no insignificant leaks in space.
You know, these things do
It's
happen.
doing the same thing it did to me last night.
You know, something we don't have plans for.
But you know,
But
you
you're
don't
in
want
space.
to. You're in space, which means it's much more difficult to fix.
It's a pretty big problem.
Just about 3 hours now since we first observed what you're seeing on the screen, that being a leak.
You know, you can only leak so long, and then eventually you stop leaking because you run out of fluid.
The fluid that you're seeing in the form of snowflake-like particles. It is a bit odd. Do not know what the source of that stream of particles is. A sudden stream is looking like a snow shower.
Space is tough, especially whenever you're trying to show video from space.
On the ground in the water tank on orbit, essentially the same picture.
Matthias Maurer was wrapping up a 7-hour-long spacewalk outside the International Space Station when he noticed water leaking into his helmet. It was eerily similar to what happened to an Italian astronaut back in 2013.
You can literally see bubbles coming up from these astronauts' helmets. It's ridiculous.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space? So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station can be up pretty good. And sometimes, you need a little reflect of paint or something that you might disrupt floating away from it. And
that goddamn thing's as much of a nightmare on the outside as it is on the inside. Look at that crap.
That's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Yeah. Could it be that you're...
It almost looks like an IKEA furniture that somebody on meth tried to put together real fast.
Filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there?
How's Bubbles in Space doing? How's what? Bubbles in Space?
Bubbles in Space?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
What's up, man? You sideline a half-pack Bubbles in Space?
Hashtag bubbles in space.
Bubbles in space, brother. What's your word on it?
What is that?
Bubbles coming out in the spacewalks?
Oh, you're that guy.
I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna write that.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Water in space.
What is that orange object? Look how
Oh,
beautiful.
whoa.
Oh my God.
What is
Whoa,
that?
just don't pop
stand
too
up,
much.
Please crouch down and look because you'll block our cameras.
Wow.
Those behind me may move and stand up because. Okay, that you see that.
Okay, I don't know what that was. And just something else on there too. Welcome to man. All right, let's see. Man, I feel like flat Earth is starting to take off. Like, feel like I should try to do something to help. Well, it's just like, you know, I the way I do is when opportunity arises, you know, all the time, because this is something that's thrown up into your face all the time. And whether it's you go to the movies and they blowing one at you before the movie starts, or news comes on and there's one there, or the fucking cable van pulls up across the street and there's one on the side of that, or you go into a library someplace and there's one there. They're all the time putting these things right in your face, man. That's what gets me. Where was that one? This was just a recent one that I saw. Let's see if I can find where I did with that. There it is. The old Eurythmics. You know, sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Check that out. I never realized that, but in the old video back on MTV, when MTV actually played music videos, this was on there. And it's think about it. Sweet dreams are made of these, and that lyric comes up right as she points at that. So I don't know. At least she has said it in this reality. Okay. You know, it may have changed. I thought space was there in Sav's house. Oh, it is. It is. It's like, I hope I don't get a leak in this thing, because I don't want to get that chlorinated water in here. It's a mess, you know. We got it in here one time. You can tell that's why we have these bags on the floor. So it was a mess. Sweet dreams are made of this. Are you shitting me, Brian? Is that one of the changes? Is it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Well, that even makes it even worse. Sweet dreams are made of this. I mean, think about it. Think about it with the new lyrics. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I just ran across that the other day too. So that was a neat one too. JML and Leach. Okay, so let's see who else we got going on here. I gotta check these other chats. So I'm not being a wiener. All right, there's nobody over in the Rumble chat, but I do have 15 people watching. Okay, that's cool. Let's see, over here we got 6 on Sav's Place, and on the main channel, well, I don't even have that one brought up. So let's see. I should. There it goes, echo away for me. And we got 37 over there, so we're not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. Carrie Skates, good to see you. Charles B. Sean Alkey. Alkey. Just kidding. Let's see who else we got in here. Anybody that I haven't said anything to yet? The man who just wanted to be left alone. Annie Lennox. Hated him. You hated the Eurythmics. You know, there again, it was something that grew on you. You know, it's one of those things that grew on you. Like you kept hearing that song, you know, and that's undoubtedly what makes a hit song most of the time is repetition. And you hear it over and over and over and over and over and over. And then finally, you know, it can be even a song that you fucking hate, but then you'll hear it And so often that you'll eventually find yourself humming it or then hearing it years later, and it'll take you back to a time when it was popular and you'll remember it. It's insane. Melt Shack. As he says, how come when anything is changed, it becomes dumber in the new reality? It doesn't even make sense. I know. I agree, Melt Shack. Well, I'm joined by my good friend, Jeebus Crisp. How are you this evening? Jeebus Crisp. Did I forget to open the airlock? Is it possible that I forgot to open the airlock? It's very possible. Well, when he gets his technographical difficulties, if you're trying to talk, Jeebus, we're muted. I don't know. There's no audio coming through. You might want to try to go back out and come back in. We got Bearsworth in here. Jack Rose last episode with Mike Williams was pretty good. And the other changes ruin the songs. To a point. You know, I mean, I wonder because that lyric at that point in that video even makes it more poignant, I think, when it says sweet dreams are made of this, and she points to that globe instead of these. I don't know. Either way, it's right there in your face all the time, man. And you know, I figured that's how their trick goes. That's how their trick goes. You see, most people are not very smart. They think that they're smart because they parrot the things that are said by people they perceive to be smart. Okay? And they figure that by parroting what those people say, by default, that makes them smart. Where in reality, they never really thought about the concept, thought about the idea, or ran it through the old war game mill themselves to see, you know, does this really make any kind of sense? No. This person who's obviously way smarter than me said it, so therefore I agree. And if I repeat what they say, that makes me at least somewhat smart like them. You see, and that's how that whole fucking thing works. That's how that whole thing works. Brian says people are dumb as fuck. Yeah. For the most part, I gotta agree, man. I mean, it sounds very pessimistic, I know. And perhaps it is to a degree. But yeah, we live in epic stupid, and when that is one thing that we do have an abundance of here in America, at least, is we have an overabundance of free dumb. There is so much dumb that they're giving it away. We have a lot of free dumb everywhere. And people glom right to it, man. I mean, they go right to it. The dumbest shit that they can think. And these challenges, they got people doing these fucking challenges. Wow. Some of the shit that they got them doing, man. I'm going to see if I can get them bobbing for French fries in the deep fryer challenge. There you go. Try that fucking shit out one time. You with us, Jeebus? This is Major Tom to ground control. Jeebus Crisp, do you read? Do you read? Or not? The numbers are nominal. I'm not picking nothing up. Let me see if I can look at what maybe you got. I can't even do nothing with your mic settings. Yeah, I can't do nothing with them. You have complete control over those. Yay, Jeebus is here. Well, halfway.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go. We got something.
Right on.
You forgot to talk. You were trying to what?
So I don't know if it's my internet connection or what. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Oh, cool.
Renee says, tell Sarah I say howdy.
So I was watching that little clip. She says hi.
Well, howdy, partner.
And then
You got into a fight with one of my best friends like a week ago, and he finished with "The Earth is not flat and space exists, you dumb fuck." All I can say was, "Okay, I can't help you." Yeah. I know I've run into that before. I don't get mad at him. I'm like, well, if you want to believe that, that's all well and good, but it kind of defies all logic, and really it defies science. It really does. And that's what it's supposed to do. If you can believe shit that totally defies logic, science, and reason, then fuck, you can run anything by somebody if the right authoritative figure tells it, I don't know. Your audio, I think, went back out again.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just listening.
I heard some kind of like muffled talking or something.
So I was reading in your chat. It said somebody said, "Is Jeebus mocking?" No surname.
Where is it? Is he mocking?
I thought it sounded cool, so
It's Jeebus mocking the Lord.
totally not mocking the Lord. Wow.
No, I don't believe so. So violence was supposed to make you think globe, Brian? Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Brian says, one time a female friend of mine started punching me in the head in the car, yelling, "The earth isn't flat." No way. Like back in 2016. That's crazy. Yeah, people get pissed off about it, man. I mean, unreasonably pissed off. Who was it? Who came on here that was their first time ever on a broadcast? Wasn't that you, FE Nation? I thought that was you. He had fun on here. But I had to mute him every time I talked because he had it. Oh, see, what happens, what people don't understand, when you click the StreamYard link, in fact, that was something I was going to do today. Damn it. I should have done it. I was going to make a video showing how to set up your stream to run over to Rumble as well as YouTube. I thought that would be pretty cool for people to know how to do it. Because once you learn how to do it, boom, it's
I don't like the way
it.
Rumble's set up.
It's getting better.
It's
like
a lot
they just
different.
added
I don't know.
I just noticed where it has a history button now, where it didn't have that before, where you can go back and look at something that you was already watching. The search is getting a little bit better. They're making improvements as they go. What you got to be careful of is they have to be, and I know that they have to be very careful that anything that they do doesn't step on the copyrights of any algorithms or shit like that they may have that Google has copyrighted. You know what I'm saying? So like if you had your chat and it mimics too closely the way their chat works, then that's like a copyright infringement.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Another thing too
They
is you
turn
got
into chili.
they're not going to have nearly, so like it takes longer to upload, right? Sing, I see you in the back. If you could turn your camera on so I could see that you're a person, I'm not familiar with you. Okay, cool. I'll get you in just 1 second. But Google, YouTube has like hella servers. They got entire buildings of servers and shit. And so the other platforms are not going to have quite as many servers, but as they grow, and I'm seeing a lot more people. I was watching some really good shit on that platform last night. I was really impressed. Some of the stuff that you can't find. There's one, it's a banned documentary from 1994 about high-level politicians back then getting caught up in underage sex scandals and shit, and the FBI deliberately covering the shit up. Yeah. up to and including, I mean, intimidating. a
I had
witness.
to search for stuff.
Go ahead, Jeeves.
It was the it was like a radio show interview with Abraham Finkelstein, the
Yeah, I
rabbi
found that
dude
for
from
you.
New York, and I had been looking for it on YouTube. They took it down a long time ago, and I haven't been able to find it. And I've been looking for it, and yeah, I told you to look for it on seconds later. There it was.
Took me all of a second. As soon as you said,
I've been
as
looking
soon
for
as
that
you
thing
said
for like
that, I
2
just put
years.
the name. I just put the dude
But,
name. in
I don't
there.
know what's going. Rather,
So what's going on, Mr. Singh?
Hello to all. Hello,
since you're talking
Sarah.
about this realm,
Jeez,
it seems like
hold on.
There's like a delay here.
they're saying hello, listening in right now. Well, was participating prior to this. I was hearing about the flat Earth, and I do agree with you all here. You know, it could be flat, it could be round, it could be square. We could be in a box. We can be in a type of simulation. You know, the probabilities of the shape. I don't think anybody really does know the shape. Are they really showing us the shape, or is that just another snapshot of their CGI and an animation of the flat Earth too? Is it really round? I don't know what to believe, right? So I haven't been out in space, so I don't know.
Well, all it merely takes is one of the. Hey, there's Ironton Auditor. What's going on, buddy? What the one biggest thing with that is the fact that we can see too far. Okay. If it were a sphere, the diameter, the size that they say that we are, or at all, you would have to see some curvature. And of course, there is no curvature. We see objects way further that should be behind hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, if not miles. And there it is, right in the horizon. Okay. So whatever it may be, whether it's a disk, whether it's an endless flat plane, whether it's as the Genesis describes, as Enoch describes, it definitely is not a ball. That first off would be scientifically impossible for that to be. And the thing that cracks me up is that they say that the Earth has a weight. Well, if the Earth is floating out in space, which is weightlessness, there's no gravity. How the fuck could the Earth have a weight? Weight relative to what density? Weight relative to what medium? I mean, that's even just stupid in itself. And so this is where the idea of the weight of the Earth bending space-time, because that's the new idea for gravity. There's Wake Up America and Resist and B. McMacamus. Good to see you, Natasha Jones. If I missed anybody, sorry, I didn't mean to squirrel. But I mean, like I said, we see way too far. So it appears that what we are on is level. Whether or not it's an endless plane, well, I don't know. Nobody's allowed to really go past the 60th parallel south.
That's
Not
right.
unescorted, anyways. I've come to the idea that the Antarctic has not always been ice, as is depicted on maps as recent as the 16th century and early 17th century, showing flora and fauna in the what we call the Antarctic regions now. So is there more beyond that? I mean, the idea that there may be extra terra, extra land, and people maybe that just like us that live out there on these extra terra, extra land, they could be, they're extraterrestrials, perhaps without knowing that they're not on a spinning ball, that they're actually on a flat plane with abundant energy, developed technologies that we've not been able to develop because we're going upon erroneous assumptions of a globe Earth. who knows? You know, I mean, that would cause so much advancement if this was more widely known. Get rid of the globe brainwashing. Realize that this gravity thing, which is only a theory, and you're ascribing this theory to objects, lights in the sky that you're assuming are balls.
Exactly, and
You know,
that's what the
that's
what the Earth eye sees, right? And different wavelengths, those balls could be different shapes, right? They could just be like a deception, an illusion.
What we see when you look through a telescope, they could like appear that they could be spherical, but maybe they're not. I mean, what I see, and this is what's so fantastic about it, and there again, the looking at the lights in your ceiling are not going to tell you the shape of your floor. So regardless of what shape they are, what we see are lights in the sky. Now we've got one that you see often. It's red and it twinkles. It's bright as any of the rest of the stars you see in the sky, and we know that to be Mars. But
so they say.
Well, how could if that's a dusty red ball?
Yeah.
How is it reflecting light as bright as the sun or as another star back to the Earth when itself it's supposedly twice as far from the sun as the Earth is? I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, think about how small the sun is, you know, really relatively, if it's supposedly 836,000 miles in diameter. At 93 million miles away, 8.5 light minutes, that means that it's about the size of a coin held out to arm's length. You can take your thumb many times and cover the sun. So that's at 93 million miles. So just double that and think about what size is it going to be now. You know, it's
have a
some
point
of the most
there. And I want to add to something to your build here that really shall blow off what all the stars are. Okay, they say, okay, if the sun is supposedly that far outside in space, okay, and it produces that much heat from far away, then why is space the absolute zero, approximately 300 degrees minus? It should be all ablaze then, the space, right, with all those stars. So I question this. I've actually looked at the sun, and it doesn't look to be outside of our dimensional dome plane. I've come to believe it's actually like a type of projection satellite to a degree, along with the moon. Inside our dome.
I kind of theorize that, all right, so you know when you take a magnifying glass, right? And you can take it in the sunlight and you can concentrate the light down into a point, and that point you can start fires with it. It gets really hot, right? So when you lift the magnifying glass up to a higher level, that beam spreads out. But what you've got going on is that's coming through in the shape of an hourglass. At the apex, that energy point is still there. That hot spot is still right there in the apex point of that hourglass shaped beam as it goes through that. And I think that the sun that we see is more of a projection like that.
Indeed.
Than an actual physical object.
I totally agree. And I also question this, Sovereign. Okay, because one time I was looking up at the sky and I was near the farms, and the sun went down and it was basically went dark. And I was still looking, and what happened is the whole sky, it wasn't lightning, it flashed almost like a light aqua blue, went flash, flash, flash. And I'm like, did I just see that correctly? And then what came to my awareness is it's like a huge plasma type of blue screen. So then I questioned, is anything up there really real, or is it just like a plasma TV set for, you know, people programmed to project the constellations, programmed, like you defined, a type of projection for sure. But I definitely seen the whole sky flash. There were some clouds, but it just flashed like a blue screen. A couple of times it went flash, 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 flash. Maybe flash about 15, 20 times for about two seconds. So then I started to question a lot of things.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you start seeing some shit like that, like there was one that we kept seeing when I was out in California, and we called it the Galactic Cop because I'd look up and this thing was up in the sky and it looked like a cop light. It would flash like red and blue, and it just stay there like half the night. See, it just
Galactic Cop, I
red
like
to
that.
blue, red to blue, red to blue, red to blue, red to blue, and then
Go
like
figure.
come out a couple nights later and see it way over here. Going red to blue,
Yeah.
red to blue, and I'd be like, "Oh, there's the Galactic Cop again." And I mean, I don't know what the hell that was, you know. And as far as what those are big, huge suns, trillions and trillions of miles away, light years away, and it's like, shut the fuck up. No, they're not. You could never see something like that far. This idea that light travels forever, that's ridiculous. The
I like
light
what
does
you
not travel forever. Light's only going to travel a distance in conjunction with the amount of power that's put into that light. That's it.
Very true.
I mean, if that were true, and these are all suns, and light travels on and on and on and on and on, it doesn't diminish or anything like that, obviously, then all of space should be daylight. Should
Correct.
all be lit up.
Correct. And another thing to take in consideration, like what you defined Galactic Cop, right? Because the police cars, their lights, is they say that the sun, if you sun gaze, you can actually get uploads of, programming that it's actually emitting from supposedly the cosmos space. So I added up 1 + 1 in, like you're just defining. I've been made aware even the police car lights sort of mesmerize people, sort of hypnotize them and put them into a trance when they're flashing. So what you're defining about that, a Galactic Cop, it could be exactly bang on what it is, where people are stargazing and they sort of get policing dumbed down, or they're getting their sort of a block to their intellect awareness, getting like frequency resonance tuned down to be at a state of.
It's that red blue, red blue. The contrasting colors, man.
Yeah,
and this is it confuses the mind. And you're exactly right. That's why they use that. And if you go and look at your news programs, all your different news programs, okay, their whole color scheme when they start out is red and blue with little fucking shifts of white. Now, one of the programming things that I saw recently happen within the last year, since we've been in this Ukraine debacle, right, is that if they subtly change their backgrounds and their color schemes to that blue and yellow, the same as that flag. But before, you would watch, like, it didn't matter if it was Fox, CNN, MSNBC, their whole color scheme, blue and red, contrasting colors, little flashes of white here and there coming through, little movement all the time, little movement, because they do a countdown, the concentric circles, and the things will go around, and it's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at my tits while I lie to you, the little info babe on Fox or wherever, and that's what they're doing.
Almost like a hypnotist swinging his pendulum.
It is. And that combined with the flicker rate of the television, which was been studied since its inception, as it was patented as a mind control device. The flicker rate will induce various brain wave states. Now, an alpha wave brain state is the most suggestive brain state. And if you watch people, I don't know, how old are you, Singh?
I am turned 53 this year.
Okay, so you've seen the difference. So as opposed to when we were kids to now, if you watch people that are watching a television program, they look like somebody shot them up with Thorazine or something. They're just like totally immersed into it, and it's because they've really perfected it. I mean, when they went from an analog to a digital signal, okay.
Yeah, I'm glad you've realized that. I was aware once they rolled in the smart meters that happened.
That, and now everybody's got these black liquid crystal display units. There's monitors, television sets, phones, tablets, the whole nine yards, right?
So I question this too. Could it be we've all holding a little bit of black goo in our hands?
Yeah, well, there again, black liquid crystal display. Did you know that at those WWE SmackDowns, right, where they have like thousands of people in the auditorium and they really put on the big show, right? Those jumbotrons, they replace those after each one of those. And I cannot figure out any other reason that they would. I mean, they should still be good, right? But they don't. They take them down. They replace them. And I think that these things are actually harnessing human psychic emotional energy as it induces it as well. Kind of like how demonic influence does. Demonic influence will cause the person who's being influenced to create situations and events that will produce negative human emotional energy in themselves and others. And this is what they feed on. So by keeping you angry with events that may or may not even be happening for real, but they can still, and all at the same time, the reason they would have mass as a religious thing is because you have a bunch of people together resonating in the same psychic human emotional energy pattern at the same time. Well, now you don't have to get them together. All you have to do is have it happen, orchestrated at their regularly scheduled programming time. You see? So you got everybody watching something live event or whatever on television, like when 9/11 happened, right? So everybody around the world is watching this thing happen. And there was a measurable flux in the electromagnetic field when everybody saw what appeared to be the towers collapsing.
Yeah, almost like
because everybody was okay. That's the same thing as when they blew up the Columbia, the space shuttle.
Definitely.
Okay.
Did it really happen though? That's the questioning of too. Definitely the buildings were knocked down, but even the Columbia, I question about that.
Well, the
What
Columbia,
happened with that?
those astronauts are all still alive.
There you have it. Yeah.
And what their claim to it is that they all had twins. They all had twins, but none of the twins even came to their memorial. All right. Another thing that's suspect is as you're watching this, when they did this live and it's going up, when it blew up, you heard the explosion immediately. This thing was several miles down range when it blew up. You would not have heard the explosion at the same time as you saw it. Yet they did. Okay, so that thing was all set up. But the interesting thing is that they had, I think this was probably the first time ever, they brought television sets into every classroom. They made sure that all the kids in school were watching that. Everywhere in America.
Definitely. I just wanted to clarify something. That previous statement I made is just my opinion, and I'd like to clarify here just for the records. These are all just opinions. All right.
Oh, yeah.
So we know why that needs to be clarified.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't, especially once I kick over off of YouTube.
And, true. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm over on Rumble, then we can go into all kinds of cool shit over there. See, and that's one of the reasons that I stream to both YouTube and Rumble, because let's face it, man, this platform has gone to shit.
Well, it's policed, right? They might as well make YouTube red and blue, their so-called main page scene, right? It's a good thing though in a way, but for certain things, yeah, I agree. But for certain other things that will give people awareness and knowledge, I don't agree with that. That doesn't violate, certain things that shouldn't be violated, that aren't good for people. But it seems to be what is really good for people, for waking them up to the system. Usually gets policed to a great degree.
Oh, listen, when you realize how much of your perceptions of everything has been guided by literal mind control. It would flabbergast you. Right
Yes.
up into the idea of, you know, these, I mean, it's so, there are so many facets to it. There are so many facets to it. Allegiances to so many different groups, to a point where each person has some kind of a categorical phylum species type pigeonhole that they can be put into. This guy is a left-leaning white, this, that, or the suburban, you know, they're going to have all these little fucking labels, and they fit into these little niches, and everybody trying hard to fit into some kind of a niche instead of just being their own niche. You know, it doesn't occur to anybody. And so consequently, you get these ideas and they start you off with it early. I've talked about this before. It starts off in the school. Okay. You got, like, say, 4 little elementary schools in a school district, right? And each school thinks that they're the best one. All the kids in there, we're the Bobcats, and we're the best and smartest of all the kids. Those other kids over there, the wolves, they're not nearly as good as us, you know, and each one of those schools believing that, and none of them taking account to realize that they're only in that school because of where their parents decided to buy a house. And no matter which one that they were in, they would be along with the crowd thinking they were the very best one, because that's fostered, you see. And so we do that with, oh, America's the greatest place in the world. We're the greatest country in the world. We're the number one. And it's like, well, let's go over to some other countries and ask them who's the best country in the world. Ask somebody from Denmark, they'll say Denmark. Ask somebody from France, they'll say France. You know, so it's all about where you're at. It's your team. You are placed into these false allegiances that you really had nothing to do with. You didn't pick them. You were just stuck in them. You know, I mean, I'm supposed to have some kind of allegiance because of the fact of I was born inside of on one side of an imaginary line or the other. That's the be all of it. What? You know, I was born very close to the Canadian border. What if somebody was drunk and drew the border wrong? You know, what the fuck? Does it matter? No.
So
No.
does that make you part Canadian?
I don't know. Michiganians, I believe, are kind of like displaced Canadians. You know, they are. I'm waiting for the people in Canada to get riled up enough to freaking do something.
Well,
They're really putting the hammer down on those people over there, man.
Hey, I'm a Canadian. I'm Canadian, right? Well, supposedly, right? I was born here, so am I really Canadian, or is that the programming? You know, you're absolutely correct about everything you're defining. It's all programming to create indifference too. Well, how about if we made the whole world a one continent country? Wouldn't that cause some type of unification? Ooh, it would cause a serious problem, right?
It does. Well, look, here's the thing: theoretically, and they try to sell it this way, that if we were all one government, if we were all one people, then everything would be fine. No, that's not true at all, man. Look at how shitty Walmart became the bigger they became. Look at everything. The bigger it comes, the shittier it gets. Okay. The nation used to work a lot better when it was a lot of small communities and locals and state governments minding their own business and, you know, only going to the capital to hash out the nation's business. You see, we don't have that anymore. Now we have a federal system. It's a huge behemoth. Nothing can get done. It's bureaucratic red tape. It's crap. And it's just fraught with corruption and grift or graft. Well, yeah, grift and graft. So
yeah,
you can see that the bigger something gets, the worse it becomes and the less functional it actually becomes. Because who knows better what the needs or the ideals of people in an area are? Somebody thousands of miles away or people that actually are in that community. You see, that's where the problem comes in. So
True.
that the one world government will never work, not without force.
Well, it'll never be a one world government like you defined. It's all in like compartments, compartmentalized, right? There's a word I'm looking for. It's all in like subsections, where like a pyramid. The top doesn't know what the lower level is doing, and that level lower below that doesn't know any information about that. So it keeps sort of people in the ignorance of what it truly is happening.
Compartmentalization. What you're
Correct.
describing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always had difficulty with that word, but that is a very potent word of describing the government pyramid system, of how it's broken down and everybody's sort of sectionized. They're not really know what's going on. They're just, they may be doing a part where it's actually causing severe problems, but they don't see the other level adding to it, making it 1 + 1 adds up to 2, and then, making people aware. So.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, is that people got to learn to start thinking for themselves, at this point in time, if you've not figured out that you are lied to on a continual basis about just about everything. In fact, I would go as far as to say everything, to one degree or another. So if you've not realized that yet and learned to question, okay, why do they want me to think this? That's what I look at everything. When I see something new come out, I'm like, why do they want me to think this way? Because they can't just tell you an event. They have to tell you how to think about that event. And so I'm looking at it like, why do they want me to hate these people? Why do they want me to be afraid of these people? Who benefits? And usually if you ask the question, K bono, which is basically who benefits, then you get the idea as to what the real motive behind it is. See, things don't just happen because they happen. There's always a benefit involved for somebody, even the nefarious, and especially the nefarious events, because while you're busy crying and being in awe of the terrible thing that just happened, they're, skating off with a bunch of fucking money. See? And
yes.
That's how the real previous statements you made, you hit it bang on. Behind all this ludicrousy and craziness, that just, if I really try to analyze the whole world, what it's happening and how it's governing itself with the heads of the control system, it's just ludicrous and crazy. Okay, we see the money in the system, but I think what is more important, you hit it bang on, is the dark energy harvesting that is actually done behind all the scenes, where they're actually keeping people in a negative state. For number one, to keep everybody's frequency resonance down, to keep them blind from higher frequency resonance attainment, like more awareness. And also the benefit. It's bad for your health too, so it benefits the medical industry as well.
Yeah, it's a control mechanism type of system of control, not for the better, but actually just, I call it it's almost like the programming is the frequency lock, the resonance. They're programming people to be from all the programming and exactly their tactics of deployment. And it's done through a lot of media. Like they're defining the TV set. I don't really watch TV sets. They're like one big flash hypnotist programming device. It's just flash, flash, flash. If anybody has had a TV set on in another room with the lights off, I look at the light flicker and it is just insane how much it flashes. It's just a total flash programmer. It's like a hypnotic device.
Well, yeah, this whole thing has been designed as when they went from the analog to the digital signal, I was like really suspicious when that happened. And it was like around that same time, then what came to mind when they did that, it was really crazy. So I was sitting there smoking a joint and they were talking about doing that. And I was actually working in a Radio Shack at the time. So we had those boxes that people could come in with a government coupon and get for free, right? And we'd collect those coupons up. So I was real suspicious, and I was sitting there one day and I was smoking a joint, and I thought, oh my God, man, this is just like in They Live, man. This is them taking over the fucking TV waves, man. They're going to put everybody under a spell. Watch. Sure as fuck they have.
Yeah. And you know what fell into place, you defined Radio Shack. Okay. We can define Radio Shack as the name title changed. Hold on here. I'll give you the whole analogy. When it was analog, it was Radio Shack, and when it went digital, they called it Source. The Radio Shacks here are called Source, right? Radio waves, radio emissions of the Radio Kings, the commander of the spiritual powers of the air. You went digital. You went to be a type of God, Source, right? To, like you define, mesmerize, hypnotize people, right, with the digital signal, because more evolved, higher aware beings are type of different dimensional frequency resonance in a digital system, right? More digital than analog. So yeah, you're right. It's this type of hijack, hack, splice, synchronization type of deal.
It's there's a lot to that, especially with these HDMI cables, man. There's a lot of information can go through those both directions. Okay, both directions. And with this 4K perfected flicker rate shit that we've got now, I mean, think about this, man. These types of TVs, when they first came on the market, these flat screen TVs, they were fucking outrageously expensive, right? Then
yeah, you can get one for under 50K.
Yeah, shit. Now they're cheap as fuck. You get them on sale, and here's a 75-inch goddamn TV for $200, you know, and it's like, fuck yeah, you know. And so, you know, you go over and there's people that live in a fucking single wide trailer that one whole wall is a TV now, you know.
The whole trailer is a plasma TV.
Yeah, they've become that fucking inexpensive.
They don't even need heaters through the winter. Those things heat up well.
So here's you need to come on up on panel, Ironton Auditor. Shit, I ain't had you on for a long time.
What happened to Jesus? Is that his name? What happened to him? He just sort of disappeared.
What happened to what now?
Jesus, that other panel guy who was on just.
I don't know where he went, man. He was having some kind of problems, I think, with his.
Yeah, hopefully he comes back. Yeah, Jesus,
he'll probably
there.
come back.
Yeah, come on back. The more people, the more the merriness will be. And once again, yeah, anybody in the panel, don't hesitate, participate. Whatever you have to bring to the table, it's always worth bringing it to the table.
Oh my God, I know. Look what Blue Pac-Man says here about the McDonald's. Yeah, you remember they'd have like the Playland in there. Now, for the longest time, McDonald's, I don't believe there's anything under the golden arches that belong in the human body. But he's right. I mean, that place went from, it used to be all brightly colored. When I was a kid, man, McDonald's, that was the shit, man. They had these tables that were all funky and little fruit pie tree with a face on it and all that shit, and Grimace, all that. And they had the Playland. And now you go there, that place looks like a psychiatrist's office or some shit, man. It's like really crappy. I mean, and now I hear where they're gonna talking about closing like 1,000 locations in California.
Is there any reason behind that?
I just saw the headline pop up. I didn't bother reading it because I was like, well, that's probably the best for everybody, really, you know, McDonald's and the people of California. So
that's strange. I would have never expected McDonald's to go down, but hey, I always say this, they're sovereign. Sooner or later it had to end.
Well, yeah, listen, it's I'm seeing all kinds of shit going on. I guess they're rioting in Chicago last night or the night before.
Because of McDonald's? No, I'm not serious.
I think in this case it had something to do with Walmart isn't going to be there. Walmart's closing down because they're tired of losing money, getting robbed, and nobody doing anything about it, you know? So they're just closing up their store. So everybody decided to go out and burn shit down last night, I guess.
So getting robbed or from shoplifters or both?
Both.
Like, really? Wow. I've never seen a Walmart here get robbed. But we have a Walmart here in this small city, a population.
Well, I mean, it's mostly just people walking in there and carrying shit out, You know,
Yeah, well, it's their fault. They don't have no cameras in there. Well, they do, but not much. And the security
law
isn't that
enforcement
great.
won't do anything.
Yeah.
They don't do anything. Chicago has become like it's going the way of San Francisco.
But I question this, Sovereign. Are they getting shoplifted a lot, or is some manager stuff pockets and blaming the difference?
No, I mean, these people, this is how blatant it is, dude. They're just walking in, grabbing up a bunch of shit under their arms and just walking out of the store, man.
Yeah, here is a lot of security here on the Walmart. They got both end security watching people come and go.
Yeah,
So
you're in Canada, bro. This is Chicago. Chicago has gone
Okay.
to shit. And they went from out of the frying pan into the fire. They got rid of Beetlejuice as the mayor, and they've got somebody damn near as bad or worse now to replace him. But
Yes.
that's the case of anybody but Beetlejuice. Anybody but Beetlejuice. So what's happening?
Anybody
Auditor?
but
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll
you
jump
and me,
up here
buddy.
for a second, because this was the whole spiel I've been talking about. You know how I've been making my rounds for months talking about going cashless and America getting knocked off from the first world country. That's why they're closing the locations, because we're not going to be shopping as much. They're not going to be selling as much. Yeah, man, our lifestyle is going to change as the dollar falls off. Very premeditated.
Have you seen the debt calculator? Let me show you
Well,
something on that.
I mean, I don't know who was ever coming for that number or who was going to pay it, but that's part of the cop out. It's like we've exposed how they manipulated the market, and then you got the debt calculator. You got all these things. I think they're going to go ahead and forgive debts and pay things out and just reset it all and keep power.
Yeah, Tommy, you got a huge point there. I agree with you totally. Yeah, reset, sort of a fear reset, right? Setting up everybody
a
up for the fear.
great reset, you might say.
Well, maybe for the not aware, but we all know here there's no such thing as any more resets for us. Maybe for the people still sleeping, right?
Right.
Let me show you
But I
something.
mean, it will sound good at first. Like they'll be like, here's UBI and blah blah blah. But then they'll slowly put the tyranny on it because it's gonna be CBDCs. So it'll be like, oh, you've been on Sov's panel too much. Now your money doesn't work. Like, or maybe you
Yeah.
can't get Ubers to your house anymore.
Check this
Maybe
out.
in-
Look at this over here. Gold, dollar to gold ratio now 0 per ounce. Back in
And,
Really?
and they
1930.
are gonna revalue gold as well.
Yeah, look at
Are we
this.
talking
Zero, silver is 0. Gold is
Well,
0.
Sovereign, are you saying gold's going to be 0? Like
Well, I mean,
worth
right
nothing?
here, this is on our debt calculator right here. This is incidentally how much it's
I
going
actually-
up all the time.
I actually told my brother he was thinking of investing in gold. I sort of get downloads into the future. He's like, I'm going to invest in gold because of the currency going, apparently the money's going to be being pulled out of the system. I'm like, don't bother investing in gold. In the future, when everything goes digital, silver and gold will not be accepted to be traded for like digital currency, right? So I'm not surprised if gold will hit absolutely 0 worthless, because sort of when the system goes to a more digital level, a lot of the higher elites that have a lot of gold, it'll sort of knock them out of the system, right? Sort of get control to others eventually, right? So I anticipate
this
there
is
shall
the
be
thing.
changes.
We're going back to the gold standard though, because that's why BRICS was created, because they were sick of our embargoes and the trade deficits and stuff that we've been enacting on other countries. That's why BRICS was formed, so they can purchase oil without the US dollar. That's how they are going to collapse our dollar. But when we go digital, they are going to the governments will redistribute the gold, revalue it, and we're just going to start fresh pretty much.
It's going to be not the old gold. It's going to be digital printed gold worth more.
Well, no, it's the digital money. Think of it as instant liquidity. So now with instant liquidity, in essence, your employer could pay you daily. rather than like 2 weeks because of the holdup. Like the same way, when you pay your credit cards, it doesn't pay that day. Like it has a day or two to transact. This instant liquidity of the blockchain is going to nullify all that. You'll be able to send money around the world almost in moments for very cheap.
I can see what you're saying, almost going to regression where everybody was paid for the work they did, but on a different level. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. That makes sense.
And now you're going to be your own bank. We're all going to pretty much be our own bank. But it'll be
very
like a
true.
FedNow app.
So Tommy, ask you this question: how about we develop a really good coin and get it in the market and make ourselves some cash, be our own banks, right?
Already there.
It's all determined, Tommy, by what the people decide is going to be valuable. So I see the government's in control. Their cash system is about to end, and other people are going to represent cash that's going to be accepted by the world and have a better trade value to their old money system and trade it in, and bang, right? There goes the government.
They've already they've already inserted themselves on the next currency, like this SEC versus Ripple case. That's a lot of it. As soon as that case wraps up, well, it's theater, but as soon as it provides clarity to a digital coin, everything's gonna skyrocket. Like it's gonna barrel forward. Like they want to have the Fed now and the digital currency in by like July.
Well, here's what I feel like is going on, man. It's almost like we're sliding real quickly into a really, really hot pot of fucking water, whereas we're starting to notice it, but we're already in past our knees. You know what I'm saying? And
that's why they're acting quick to, like, we're all wrapped up in the Trump news and the bang bangs and stuff, and they're trying to get all this squared away. Because if we were all like unified in the meantime and we were ready for this, it would be that time that we could cut them off at the pass and we would have had an advantage. But it's well too ingrained into society. Like, there was family money brought together before America was even in a country. Like, there's just Game of Thrones families installed, and you just work with it, And we do get the society we deserve because we have been lazy. A lot of people wanted to vote and go back to work and just not think about it. So I mean, you're always gonna just navigate what you have to work with.
Well, here's something about that though too, Illumitomi. This is kind of on the woo side. With you've heard the idea of NPCs, and sometimes that's used as a negative connotation towards people that don't think. But I'm talking mostly about, like, I think that there have been people that just don't really fucking exist outside of like where you see them out in public. They're just like filler. So why I think that more is because, okay, when they had everybody off work, everything was locked down, and then the restrictions all came back and the businesses all opened up and the unemployment stopped. But there's still all these jobs that have not been filled. And I'm like, wait a second, man, where did all the people go? And don't tell me it was from COVID deaths, because that's not even close to true. So it's like, where did all the people that were working before, didn't they just go back into their job or something? No, they didn't. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I agree. I haven't worked for 2 years, but I've been burning Tesla stock. Like, I'm watching my safety net dwindle to not work. And I wonder how so much of the population that was going paycheck to paycheck can just not go back to work.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand how Trump is Biff from Back to the Future, 88 miles an hour, Highlander. Yeah, I know shit, Rocky. There's a lot.
But about the NPC thing, wasn't there a version of Christianity that they believe there's only like so many thousand actual real people, and then everyone else is like playing a role?
Yeah, you know,
I can't remember which.
I can kind of get on board with that idea a little bit, you know.
Yeah, and you
because
got
I-
a great point there. Yeah.
Because it's crazy in Denver. I'll be on the streets in Denver and I'll be like, I'll ask somebody a specific question like, hey, do you know where the blah, blah, blah is? And they'll be like, fine, how are you? And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, lady, listen.
No doubt, eh?
Yeah.
Like role-playing game. They just say specific things.
Yeah, it's like only like certain characters you'd meet in a video game, you know, like the hotel clerk. You know, he's only going to say certain things like, "Would you like a room? Here's your key. Will that be all, sir? Would you like a wake up?" That's it. You know, you're never going to really engage in any kind of other than just superficial small talk that you would behind a counter. It's like, for all I know, when I leave there, that whole goddamn lobby probably don't even exist, you know, as far as I'm concerned. You know, it was, I don't know, man.
You got a great point there, Sovereign. Who's not to say we are in a virtual simulation, and where you are right now, and I'll hear the live panel speakers and the people participating in the comments, and you see this sitting in one spot, you have a 360-degree sphere virtual type of helmet on, and this is all that exists in this part of the computer segment. So when I step out of the room, I get another part of the computer screen CGI, just like a video game. You know, it did one screen, it's not there no more.
Right. When you've gone out of one, like when you're playing like one of these 3D video games. There was that one, that Dead Red Redemption or some shit like that. I tried to play it. I topped out on an Atari. You know, I can't those little controllers fuck me up. But anyway, I watching people play that, and you know, we'd sit here smoking and watching, you know, and people be playing that game on the TV, and where I'm sitting here talking to them, going, you know, think about that. Now pause the game for a second. They hit pause, and I says, now think about if you could take that character on there and have him go down to a software store, for instance, and load up a copy of this game and create a character just like you did, you know, and then do that infinite times on down the line. Now, as that guy's paused, when you hit play again, that character is unaware that any time passed at all. There was no stop. It was boom. It was just like nothing happened, right? You could have gone and ate dinner and went out for a few drinks and came back, and it's late and everybody went to bed, and you turn it back on and continue where you left off. The character's unaware of that, right? So does that does that ever happen to us?
When
Do
we
we ever
sleep, it's pretty
pause? I don't know.
Maybe when we sleep that happens, right? Travel to different avatars, do different things, then come back.
Right.
The
Surgery sleep will do that. Like, you know, you slept when you sleep, but if you get put under for surgery, you like wake up right after you got put under and your surgery's done. It's a weird kind of unconscious.
Wow, what happened there? Something weird. My shit just blinked out on me over here for a second. Everything's good.
So you know about this recent experiment that almost pretty much verifies we are in some kind of simulation, right? Like these guys doing the particle collider stuff. They did this experiment where they put these slits in a I don't know, whatever, metal sheet or something, and they're firing these particles through the slits, and on the other side it will make like a row of dots where they went through the slits and hit the other side. But if you don't observe the particles, they go through the other side the way you think of like water ripples circling out. So they modified the experiment where halfway through the trip they would turn the perceive on, or the you know, to observe. They turn the observation on halfway through. So it's like the particles still went through the slits, but then when you turn the observation on, it it changes up. And it's like the particles were already in transit, and then you change it up because you surprised them with the observation. I might be able to
Correct.
find the video.
What you said, Tommy, is right. And depending on the different observer of their different thought form of observation, they did different things again. Yeah, I observed that experiment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hacking the explanation, but if I can find that video, I'll link it for you.
Yeah, that's a cool video, actually.
But how does that make you feel? Like, if we find out that is, that's just kind of surreal, you know?
For myself, Tommy, that defines that all molecules react to our thoughts like water, right? It changes shape. Nothing is solid. I've read articles before, people defining that this reality isn't solid. It's just perceived solid by the mind,
Yeah, it's
by
just
the one's thought projection. Yes.
Yeah, frequencies. Because it's
So
like
determine
you
it.
think of that, even though it looks like a rock sitting still, it's like a frequency so rapid that it's making that mass there. Like it appears to us to sit still. Like you said with the lights, sometimes you'll notice the television light like strobing, and what your fluorescent lights are doing really is AC electric shooting back and forth in alternating current. And if your brain was superhuman enough, you'd notice that flicker. But since it's so fast in electricity speed, we just see it as continuous light.
Yeah, there
And
definitely is a
then when you
transfer.
see it, it's like it has a lag or a stall sometimes, maybe like at a brownout or something. And that's when you'll notice what you were talking about.
Definitely. And this reflects on Tommy. I don't know if anybody else has had this experiment, because I do a lot of, I call it mobile meditation a lot of the time. Even here talking, I do energy work and energy frequency tuning as much as possible. And when I'm going to a really high frequency, I've noticed my computer will glitch. It even freezes, it pauses, or it slows down majorly. So I'm wondering, do I go to a supercomputing speed where I'm kind of desynchronizing from the system and it's getting really slow because my processor thought core is going really fast? So that's something here just to throw on the table.
It's funny that you say that, because I've never put any attention to like my own frequency or my own energy levels. And all my life, I feel like there's this X-Men character named Jubilee where she can like screw electronic stuff up just by touching it. And I feel like my phones and my video games and my laptops always will screw up because I'm touching them.
Yeah, you're probably running at a much faster speed, sort of causing a short or a displacement, a time displacement, it would be more accurate.
Yeah.
Or the lag of the information from your dimensional plane, you're actually shifting from that, and then you're in actually a different, more defined as a higher frequency resonant projection channel. And so the other channel is slower, it may be just glitching because you're actually taking lag time to get to you. So that's something just to throw to the table here.
So what Rocky Shepherd was just put up there on the screen, I'm just going to show you this real quick. This is Kokopelli. This is what the Navajo believe, that Kokopelli played his flute and brought the universe into existence. So there again, another culture with a reference to a vibration, a frequency, a sound, bringing everything into existence. So just thought you might be a little interested in that.
Can you show that figurine again?
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you mention it, there's a lot of shirts that have like a bunch of those Kokopellis. Like I used to have a shirt as a kid. It just had like rows and rows of those Kokopellis.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, I've got them on a shower curtain. I've also got one that's made out of like some wireframe thing over here too. Quite popular. I've got him on a shirt. A lot of people see that, they don't realize that's what that is. It's like, and I point out, I say, you know, that's right along with the idea that in the beginning there was only the word, and the word was God. Boom. It's, oh, a sound, a vibration. Yeah. That's what it's about. That's what it's all about. Sound. It's all about frequency, vibration, and energy. That's it.
and
everything.
and we all have the ultimate frequency generator tuner, our minds. That is our thought core. We have the ultimate technology, and just people aren't aware of their gifts they have that are naturally God given, that I define as the source primary creator given. So yeah, we are capable of so much, and that people shall be made more aware of in the future, where they'll realize they're actually synchronized with all technologies that currently do exist to a level.
True.
Thoughts and emotions are all frequencies.
Yes, very true. Very true.
Well, just you guys were talking about the particles earlier. So does intent? You're saying that intent actually affects the outcome, basically.
No, it's the observation, and I don't want to use the term observation like looking with your eyes, but particles will do their thing, and then when you observe them, they do a different thing.
Well,
and that's how they were able to figure out this simulation thing in the experiment.
You are both right.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to go with that to bridge that together. Yes, the observation will affect it, but also they found that the expectation of the observer also influenced it. And there again, like you were saying, Terry, through intent. Intent's a very powerful force. We don't realize it, but just to give you an idea, and I know you and I have talked about this before, where you can be in a park, or there's a lot of people around, and you can feel someone staring at you.
Yes.
Now, how do you feel that? It's because of that intent. You feel the intent. Anybody who's ever been deer hunting, when you can look at the deer through that scope or through those sights as long as you like, but as soon as the thought about I'm going to pull the trigger goes through your mind, that deer will pop its head up every time. Flag goes up, you better shoot or you're going to miss him. He's taking off. He knows. That's how that's that intent. I've actually,
and I literally saw a thing by a government assassin one time doing like a TED Talks or something, where he talked about when you're about to come up behind a guy and get him, you want to be like thinking about baseball or a picnic, or so you're not giving that sixth sense so he doesn't feel someone about to come up and gank him.
Yeah, and that would have a very important role for the assassin, definitely, to be stealth of not harm intent projection emissions, right? That somebody else can pick up on as basically an emission of a thought wave. It's no difference than a signal.
Right. It is. It's like I said, moods, thoughts, they're all frequencies. We pick up frequencies a lot more than what you really realize. There's a place in California called the Heart Math Institute, and they've studied really heavy duty into the powers of the heart. Now, they found that the heart actually has brain cells, and the electromagnetic field generated by the heart has approximately a 3-foot radius, which this is what the 6-foot thing was all about. So that when I'm within 6 feet of you, our electromagnetic heart fields are communicating. This is why moods are infectious. This is why you can influence people's, somebody with a really bad mood can start putting everybody else in a bad mood, or somebody with a good mood can actually start putting people into a good mood just merely by their presence. And this is, so that was one of the reasons they isolated us 6 feet apart, is because that's an isolation of communication between one another on a micro level that we don't even really consciously absorb. And so another one is micro expressions with our face. when you've got half your face covered, you're also cutting off communication, because we read these micro expressions and these electromagnetic fields, and this is all part of the communication experience. You know, human contact is extremely important. An infant without human contact, although being fed, kept warm, all that, but without any human contact, they'll die. This is no shit. So,
and that 6-foot rule is also why my friends used to know me as, like, if we were at a mall during Christmas or at a show, even if we're having a great time, at one point I'm like, okay, I've got to get out of here. Like I'm being consumed by all of this scattered feeling around me, just because of everybody's energy.
Neg emissions. Yeah. Neg emissions.
Well, it doesn't even have to be negative, but it's like I'm an introvert, but introvert doesn't mean you're not outgoing. It just means you must go to solace to recharge. Like you have to go be alone in your house and get your wits back about you eventually.
I hear what you're saying there, Tommy, and I go through that too, but through practicing my meditation, I call it frequency work, energy tuning, is I create a implosion, like I close my circuit to my sphere. It is it's like my own sphere container encapsulation, where I'm just cycling my energy in and disconnecting from everybody and charging myself on this, what you define, except I've sort of developed that in public just to enhance my mobile meditation, I call it. But yeah, what you're defining, definitely, if I'm not having a closed circuit to my sphere and connected to all this, it's like batteries getting drained and I'm feeling a low chart, like a low energy level, and where I'm feeling drained. But also on top of that, the chaotic energies from everybody. If I'm not doing this, I can get the tremors, shakes that people call like anxieties, but I translate those tremors and shakes as a lowering of my frequency. Like a top one is spinning fast, it's still, I'm feeling good, I'm charged. Once my top starts wobbling and I start getting anxieties or tremors, torsions, defines my top, my resonance is wobbling, it's hit a lower frequency. So what you're saying is very true and accurate, and definitely one needs to regulate their spheres. I call it the energy being has an energy sphere around them, which is generating their existence. So yeah, that's very accurate.
Well, if you think about this, our soles of our feet, interesting word for it.
Yeah.
Our soles are insulated by non-conductive material most of our waking day, right? Whether you're wearing tennis shoes or any other kinds of shoes, these are rubber soled, right? So you're not getting the grounding to the earth that you should, which is very beneficial to you. Another thing people do is they shade themselves away from the sun. Try to stay out of it. They put shit on their skin to block it out of them so they can't produce any vitamin D. They won't look at it. They put on sunglasses, shade their eyes from taking that massive download of vitamin D. See, I do the opposite of that. I go out in my yard barefoot, play with my dogs, and I'll just stop and just stare at the sun. Just stare at the sun. It doesn't hurt you. It's not going to hurt
definitely
you.
not.
I watched an eclipse without any protection. It was cool, you know. So they don't want you, and I think especially looking at an eclipse, because I don't know, it's hard to explain. It really is. It's like you get, when you're looking at the sun, you get, I don't know, like a download. It feels like a download or something. It's hard to explain, but if you can look through it. There's Debos Nation. What's happening, brother?
Hello. So Sovereign,
Well,
I got something
and
else.
a word on frequency. From the light you see to the Wi-Fi we're using to the microwaving of your food, it's all just a different dial. Like it's all a different gauge of the same frequency. It's all the same energy. It's just at what rate, at what frequency.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's all the same thing.
Look, they took 2 samples that they would do with these plants, and they took this bit of water, heated it up to a boil on a stove, took the other and heated it up to a boil in a microwave. And they would do this each time, let the water cool back down, and then water the plants. And the ones that they were watering with the microwaved water fucking looked sick as shit. Halfway dead, leaves turning brown and falling off and shit. And the other one was doing just fine. So I thought that was kind of
And
an
they've
interesting
also
thing
done
too.
that with like the music, right? Like they played positive music next to plants and then like aggressive negative type music, and the plants ended up different.
Well, I used to, when I grew my I was growing marijuana in California, and I would play Lateralis by Tool, which is done in a Fibonacci sequence, if you didn't ever figure that out.
Yeah.
But the plants loved it. The plants loved it. And you could tell a difference when we were doing that. We also infused my water with sound, play a certain frequency so that it gets embedded into the water. And people don't think there's anything to that, but if you don't, go to that what's that guy's name? Dr. Yamoda, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Where he did the flash freezing of the water crystals. Very interesting.
So
And I'm sure
I'm trying
you've
to.
seen the ones where they have like powder on top of a plate that they're doing the different frequencies at, and the powder will take the different designs and shapes.
Cymatics.
Yeah.
Yes, and the higher frequency it made more complex symmetrical geometric shapes. So higher frequencies is one's crystalline particle structure to the head, neck, and body. Getting higher geometric structures equals higher frequency resonance equals more awareness equals more wisdom and knowledge. So yeah, frequency is what it's all about, and this is what the down tuning with, I call them the tuning forks, the cell emissions, and we know those forks, the 1 towers, etc. Certain harp, they're actually tuning forks to myself that I could access by intent, because we got to remember here, everybody has their own sphere and their own. There's many earths, many parallel copies, and everybody actually has their own parallel copy to a great degree to experience and experiment with. So it's very interesting what you all just brought to the table.
The 432, the A at 432 hertz is the natural frequency, which causes, like, if you play the tones tuned at the 432 versus the A at 440, the 432 hertz tuning causes a much more complex design in the cymatic pattern. And this, of course, is I'll tell you, this is really interesting. So I tune my guitar to 432, and I swear to God, this happens to me all the time. I'll be playing, just pick it up and start playing, and just start dicking around, and then all of a sudden I start playing a song that I've never played before, and I'm doing it correctly, and I don't know how I'm doing it. It's like I just download, boom, like I'm in a zone. And this happened just a couple of days ago. A friend of mine was over here, and he goes, pick that up, play something. I says, I don't know. I says, I picked it up and I started dicking around. I turned on my microphone. Next thing I know, I'm playing Run to You by Bryan Adams totally correctly and singing it. And I don't even know how the fuck I know the words to it.
That's it, Sovereign. We got you. You're like in the Matrix where Neo and certain others were getting uploads and they knew it right away. How to fly a helicopter, kung fu.
Yeah, right.
Guys, do you know of any other meanings that can be behind the 440? Because
numerologically, okay, if you go with a 432 adds up to a 9, okay, whereas a 440 adds up to an 8. And I know that 9 is the magic number of 9. 9 times it's any number, the result will end up in a product that adds up to 9, right? So like 4 times 9 is 36. 6 and 3 is 9. 9 times 9 is 81. 8 plus 1 is 9. It's a mystical number. Whereas 8 is the number of time, control.
Eternal time, yeah.
It's the Ouroboros. When you turn it on its side, it's the symbol for infinity.
Right.
And it was
but here's my significance that I'm asking about, like beyond the frequency interpretation. Because that year I did homeless in a RV, like I was getting barraged by, I guess what you call spirit numbers, because it was like numbers hitting me all the time of the same ones. Like, and 440 was one of them. Like my my mailbox, my temporary mailbox for while I was homeless was 440, and I got hit by 440s everywhere all the time. And I know the 432 versus 440, but I'm looking for anything else that could have been, because I don't know what it was trying to tell me at that point.
Tommy, I have a question for you. Do you hear what is perceived tinnitus? Do you have a tinnitus ring, or do you have sometimes your ears hearing rings, types of tones?
No, I don't have any. I try and things that I do, I try and get by without any equipment that if I can learn how to do without it, I try not to do, but you might have to educate me on all that. Camacho.
I'm wondering, Tommy, would you define yourself as somebody who's EHS, electro-hypersensitive, like around equipment, and you can feel the energy difference, like around electronics and stuff like that, or TV set and stuff like that, or maybe by Gwen Towers, somewhere where there's more powerful cell emissions?
I probably can, but I also have the awareness of it because my degree is in electric and renewable energy and stuff. So it's like, I think before that I could still sense it, but now it's like there's the consciousness of it. Like when I tell people if their house is beside the major power lines that somebody doesn't like them, like these apartments I'm about to walk past and shit.
Well, it would seem to myself you're very aware and you're actually transcending those frequency levels. Because for myself, for a period of time, I was being affected by computers, TVs, and what I thought cell emissions, cell phones around myself. But like you defined, the more I started becoming aware and just aware of, having to increase my frequency resonance to sort of get out of those frequencies to be on a different level within this level. So yeah, what you're defining makes perfectly sense. So it seems to myself here doing a lot more advanced energy work. You're just not aware of it. So you seem very intellectual aware. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think we're in a time where a lot of people are waking up to something like that. Like I'd always heard it. Like I had a lot of eclectic friends, like pagans and hippies and the various walks, and I'd hear all about stuff from whatever they were into. But now it's like it's in the air. Like even the NPCs are noticing something is going on.
Yeah, and I can definitely tell you this. I can pick up on your voice frequency emissions, and I would definitely clarify yourself and identify yourself as a singularity being, really a being from a higher dimensional state, right? So yeah, that's good. Yeah, good.
I wanted to hit Plowboy 6656 said this thing 1111. I get hit with the 1111 all the time, man. With time, just sequences of numbers that come up and shit like that all the time, man. And other palindromes that they're all the time just hit me. What was it? I was looking at my Rumble thing, and I had it was 800 and it was 1111. I scrolled down and I had 838 views. And I was like, okay, there's another one. And then I looked and there was another palindrome. I forget which it was. I mean, it's just like they hit me smack, 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 smack all at once.
And to program you.
I don't know. Do you ever have sequences that keep hitting you like that?
Yeah, I've studied I've studied a lot into computers, okay, but it's been a while. I even studied to how the gates and their numbers to the programming of the gates within the computer chips actually encode programming and also delete. If I'm correct, 1111 is when they're trying to erase digital data, and 00 it would be when there's digital data being programmed. I think it was 4 zeros or 4 ones or vice versa. One was encrypting data, one was deleting data. So whenever I see 1111, I'm like, I blow it up. I'm like, nah, it's not going to work. I'm not listening to that. That's subliminal command. No thanks. But it has a lot to do with the computer language out there. If I'm correct, it's how the gates allow the digital data to it's like a reversing of the polarities. One scribes digital data, and when the polarities are reversed, it actually deletes digital data. So almost like I would define where they're trying to suppress somebody's memory where they're getting a really good frequency resonance. But when I go into the kitchen, a lot of the times it's 1111. I'm like, this is impossible because there must be something being manipulated like the Mandela effect. It can't be 11, so many times. And when one looks at it realistically, if we are in a digital system, things could be manipulated where you go there, all clocks are saying 1111 just to benefit, trying to manipulate oneself. So, yeah.
Well, it's going to do it twice a day, but the significance is you seem to look at it right at the right time.
Yeah.
Because this is what opened me up to the other numbers that were chasing me as it starts with 1111. And then when you read into it, you find out there's other numbers that can be hitting you. You got to take it with a grain of salt which source you're looking for the interpretations of. But that might be part of the sequence anyway. Maybe you can only find the right way to interpret them.
Yeah, like what you're saying, Tommy. What's the chances I'm going to walk out of this room and hit it a few times in the week? It's almost like winning the lottery. It's not going to happen too many times, right? But it seems to happen, right? So,
and
whether
there's things like that it's like, I don't think you can tell someone without sounding crazy, but that's the point. It has nothing to do with them. It's you that has to notice, see it, be aware of it.
Very true.
Preliminal here says, my reality was at the outer edge of the Sagittarius arm. I was never in Orion Spur until 2016. I'm going to tell you a little something. You've never been in either one of those places. It's just where they decided to tell you that you are in this whirling galaxy that they want you to believe that you live in. It's not real.
Are we coming up on, are we already in the age of Aquarius, or are we still coming up on it?
Right on the cusp of it. Let's see, it's an age is what, 2,160 years, I believe.
Something like that.
I got it wrote down in my little notebook down here.
But that's my point, is while we're going into the age of Aquarius, we're also on that 250-year civilization cycle. Like, that's why they're crashing this plane like Bane, because they're doing the Illuminati end of a civilization, restart over again, and that's falling on the age of Aquarius transition. It's an exciting time.
I always question this though. All the horoscopes and the different ages to come.
It's not the same as horoscope stuff. It's just the cycle of the stars and our planet. Like, all soothsaying and personality checks aside, that's just the pattern of the stars that tribes and other societies used to use for calendars and shit.
Yes, but I always question this, Tommy. Who designed that, and to whose benefit? Could it be scripting where if everybody believes that, that's the outcome?
Well, if you want to talk like the Grand High designer, he designed it, but with astronomy, right? The science one.
Yes.
Astrology. Okay, yeah. With astronomy and math, you don't really invent that. You discover it. because it's like the whole 2 plus 2 is 4 debate. Well, it's like a quark plus quark is Zwignag, you know, it's still that entity is sitting in space like there's the two apples, and that just is. Whether you call it 5 or 2, like it's 2 apples sitting there, and that doesn't change. The same way we can observe the stars in our planet, and it's just, it is what it is.
I see what you're saying. I kind of try to see different points of views of all this, like you're defining, of the higher programming. And I always question this: how about if they taught us 2 plus 2 equals 6, and vice versa, the reverse field? Then we would be thinking it's normal for 2 plus 2 to be 6. What I'm
saying. If you're talking about calling if you're saying 2 plus 2 is 6, but you're calling your 4 a 6, yeah, we can do that. But you couldn't make it 6 because there's 6 apples sitting there, and you can't take 2 apples and 2 apples and make 6. Like that's where we can be hardlined, is in mathematics and energy and stuff.
Yes, Tommy, I'm just taking it to the extreme probabilities and possibilities. So I'll give another analogy. How about if we were taught 2 apples portions were 1, and 2 portions of apples, and 2 portions of apples, vice versa, the reverse field. Anyways, not so important. That's just, I'm speculating here, doing calculations, that's all.
So are you kind of doing the old question of how do I know that your green light is what I see for a green light, but we both react to it the same? Yeah, with colors, I agree, yeah. With numbers, though, it's like, if I say I got 2 girlfriends, it's going to be the difference between whether one woman is mad or 2 women are mad.
Yes.
So see, I kind of am starting to get onto the idea of what Rocky is saying here, because there's some really weird shit about those stars, man. They are definitely not balls of burning gas, billions and trillions of miles away.
Definitely not. Okay, when everybody has a moment, I can tell you, I seen one of these things. And what they did when I was near the farms, because I didn't want to walk in the city when I was perceived, I woke up to all this being severely dark entity manipulated, gang stalk, that what people call, but that has changed. Still happens. It's systematic timings and these strange occurrences with people, places, and things, vehicles. So I went to the farms I live close to the mountains, so the farms where they grow cranberries is very close to the off-grid. And so what I would do is walk across the farms, because there's nice paths. You can get really deep and cross into the farms off the main street that gets you there. So when I got to the spot I usually walked, I seen this star that was about, in the sky, would have looked about 2 inches big. It was maybe 20 times bigger than a normal star. It was big. It was as big as the sun at nighttime. And I'm like, that, well, about 70% of the size of the sun. But it was a very dim, yellow, kind of just very dim yellow. And so I was looking at it, I'm like, great, just another deception of the matrix. I'm like, it's there, it's not moving, it's probably just an illusion, another insertion to the blue screen that I call the sky. So I ended up walking about 20 minutes across the farms, and then on the way back, I seen this perceived star that was just huge. Huge. It was about at least 65% of the size of the sun. It started to move, and it sounded like an airliner engine. It was like, and it flew right over my head. It didn't decline or incline in altitude, but it sounded like an airplane. But what happened is there was clouds. As soon as it flew around top of my head, it went behind the clouds. But what did happen is after it flew over my head, I was like sore from head to toe. And that soreness stayed with myself for about 2 weeks. So whatever those things are, Foo Fighters, programs, like maybe in the movie Tron, where you see that recognizer that's always talking to Tron in the old Tron movie. So they are something. It's like,
yeah, I wouldn't say that was a star, but whatever it was what it was. And I feel you on the injury thing. I can't remember if it was after all these channels knew of each other, or if it was just back when I was only on the Unslaved but there was a time where I felt like I had been doing stuff online that would be more considered like requesting to be targeted than anything. And there was a couple days I took my dog out for walks that one day I woke up and I had a migraine, but this was the first time the migraine ever went symmetrically down my back. And I felt like maybe like something from above had been beaming down through the top of my head. And it went away, it healed up, and I haven't had it again, but it felt too specific of like, it wasn't my arms, wasn't my legs, it was just my head and down the center of my back. And I'd never had that feeling before.
Yeah, and energy manipulation for sure. Yeah, I've experienced a lot of strange things, and I've seen things too that just add up to this place being a digital holographic projection. And the best way I could describe that light, it's like a computer, like something in a computer that's flash programming, scribing and manipulating this digital holographic reality, maybe like a virus, some type of orb. But it's not just an orb. It's almost I can define those like almost scribers, flash programmers, like a USB stick putting into a computer and flash programming it, where it transfers data and it messes up somebody, maybe gives them pains, maybe does something to their memory. So many probabilities and possibilities, but definitely I seen that event, and I wasn't on any hallucinogenics or tripping on anything or under the influence of anything.
Oh, I know, man. Around 2009 in Colorado Springs, stone cold sober, going to the drive-thru with my friend before we went to the gym, I saw the Tic Tac for myself, just sitting in the sky, sitting still. And as I reached to tap him, and as I was inhaling to say, "Hey, look at that," it just went yoink, out over the mountain range, like like the way the Star Trek ship kind of like, it didn't stretch, but the way the Star Trek ship just yoinks off in the show, that's what it did. And I was like, well, now I'm one of those people. Saw it for myself.
So what would the structure be described that? Did it have a color? Did it have a structure? Or
From the distance and looking up, that's the best I could describe it, as like a gray Tic Tac. But I did notice, and I mean, don't quote me because so long ago, but I felt like there could have been an off-color something to it, but it was so far away. It only stood out because it was in the sky, sitting still as like an earthy toned color. And then by the time I tried to figure it out, it just yoinked.
Yeah, I've heard of those cylinder type shaped crafts talked about before. Apparently they say those are friendlies compared to what I experienced. So you didn't experience any weird sensations or anything after that?
Not that time. And you would think that they might even just be drones, because of the way they move in our atmosphere, a body doesn't respond to that well. You don't take like 90-degree turns at that kind of speed and not suffer for it. But who knows? You know, I don't know if they're something we know how to use, but it's just that level of clearance, or if it is really something that, like, if it's not human, I speculate that it's always been in Antarctica. Like, that's my Antarctica thing, is I think if these things aren't extraterrestrial from the universe, I think we have never been the greatest monkeys on this planet. And I think they've been underground since whatever destroyed the previous civilizations.
Yeah, and what you're defining, they could be also just like interdimensional vehicles. Like, I know all of existence is, like, how I can define Source's core is all of existence exists in the core of the primary creator. Within that is all channels. So my understanding of existence is Source's core of all of existence is like a TV set, and all the different subdimensional channels is like changing channels on a TV set that have different frequencies. You get different so-called connections to different broadcast channels. See, there you have it, channels on a TV set. So if we can integrate this whole Earth that we exist in, that can have many different channels to it that can be accessed if one knew how. So I've seen actually a channel change where the whole screen changed in the house I was in, and I wasn't under the influence of any hallucinogenics or anything, but the experience was I was in the bedroom, gray walls, painted gray, and I had my eyes closed. Sometimes when I'm hitting a certain frequency resonance, I can see through my eyes. So what happened is, yeah, the walls changed. Okay, the room went twice the size. They changed to white, and there was hieroglyphics all over the walls, ceiling right down to the floor. But the strangest thing was, instead of a single door to the entrance of the bedroom, it was 2 doors. Nothing futuristic looking, just like stained glass windows. This is like some medium quality doors. And I was looking at this for about 10 seconds, and I was in disbelief. So basically, I shook my head to see if I was dreaming or not. So as soon as I shook my head and blinked, whether my eyes were open or closed, I cannot recall, but I do remember once I shook my head and sort of blinked at the same time, it flashed back to being the normal bedroom was. And then I did realize this experience was allowed for myself to see and review it, to show that there is different channels of existence that exactly like a TV set overlaid within each other, but set on different frequencies to get different channels, just like a TV set.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And let me just let you know now.
Why, this is exactly why, they would see various indigenous people around the world. The colonists would see these people doing that, and they say, look at those people, think that by jumping around that's going to give them rain, and they don't understand how it works, that jumping around, that dancing, that is getting themselves into a vibratory state of awareness, into
and I want you guys
the
to be in
prayer
a state
state.
of awareness. Sometimes I drop internet. Sometimes I lose my signal around here if I drop out.
Well, don't go there.
Well, I like to walk around this lake and.
All right, if you drop out, hop back in.
Yeah,
Okay, so
sometimes if it drops, I have to get back home to Wi-Fi to reconnect. But yeah, I'll definitely be back if it does drop me out.
Yeah.
But I
Yes.
just wanted you guys to know I didn't rage quit.
Okay, no worries. Thanks for giving us
Rocky
a-
Shepherd. I
So-
want to ask Rocky Shepherd something here real quick. What do you make of all the recent all the Mandela effects, as the recent ones as well as the classic ones? These changes that are going on in the Bible. What do you think the Bible is? Do you think it's a book, or what do you think? I mean, it says that the word of God can't be changed, but we're seeing changes in what's purported to be the word of God. So you tell me, bro.
And don't tell me the word of God can't be changed whenever half these people are sporting the KJV version, which means there's a version that isn't the KJV. I'm not saying you're steered wrong. I think if you're really on that path, you probably don't need a book ultimately, but yeah, man, I don't even know.
So I think the Bible tells us right on the cover, the Old Testament, that would be a test, and the New Testament, Old Test, just a test. The Bible's very intricate. It has a lot of wisdom and knowledge in there, accurate information with a lot of not accurate information, lies. So it is an ultimate test book for one to work on their perception. And what was defined on that? Can you repeat that, Tommy?
When Gary Oldman wants it as a weapon, he wants the Bible because you can make it say whatever you want it to say, and these people will listen. So there's like that
and that's what
aspect to it as well.
that's what makes it dangerous. The parables are very dangerous because they don't just have one answer. It's determined on one's perception and frequency awareness, right? So if I read the Bible one time and then I left it for a few months, and then when I read it again, all these parables were talking to me differently. So depending on one's perception awareness, it's going to say different things, and it's very dangerous because it can be used as a weapon to cause division amongst people, and it can cause chaos too. So it's a very intricate book. It's a great test. It's great for developing somebody's awareness, but I do find this sooner or later, people that someone that is studying the Bible, it's like a passing phase of study, and they just move beyond to being taught directly by what one defines as God, or what I define the private creator source.
So is what you're saying is what I was saying earlier about the number interpretation. it's like you'll probably get the right interpretation, because I felt like I was getting a different one from time to time from the same numbers pounding me, and it still like was the right one for what I needed. So yeah, that Bible interpretation would be hopefully the right one for what you need.
Correct. You know, what you're defining is absolutely 100%. And like, we'll bring it to the number analogy you just made. Those numbers in one dimension may have different carried wisdom and knowledge, and those numbers in a different dimensional channel may also have a different so-called carried wisdom and knowledge. So yeah, it is accurate what you're defining.
Yeah, the 3 4s. If you encounter 444, that has a meaning, but over in Asian countries, it's seen as like death, doom, and gloom type meaning. But there's other places where 3 4s don't mean that.
Yeah, true. And this is why I define religion and certain, religions with certain aspects to them, even numbers to certain religions. You know, if you go to a country wearing a certain shirt with a certain number, you may get yourself in a serious deep trouble. Or a certain religious symbols, right, that you didn't realize, but hey, it's just a shirt here in Canada, right? But you go somewhere else, you'll be hunted by the village. The devil came to our village, running with these so-called cleavers, right? So yeah, it is. This is what defined.
When I lived out in Central Eastern California, it's like the conservative part of California. They want to actually be part of Nevada. But anyway, there was some Hindu people. I guess they were. I mean, they were from India. They was either. In any case, they had a little Buddha statue in the store there, and I got to looking at it, and that thing had swastikas on it, right? Well, I know what that means, and I'm like, oh, I better give him a heads up. I was like, you might want to put that like kind of out of sight. And he was like, why? And I told him. He goes, well, that is awful. He says, that is awful that people would think that symbol means such a terrible thing. I says, I know that. You know that.
Well,
you try telling these fucking rednecks, yeah, they're gonna see you as a Nazi or some other kind of shit. And,
well, it was for centuries, it was a positive symbol, and then Hitler reversed the direction of the prongs to make the Nazi.
Well, in all reality, though, the thing that he was doing, if you take a look at what was going on in Germany at that time, they were prosperous.
Well, they were prosperous because they got the Federal Reserve out of their country.
Right.
And that was his issue with Jews, is Jews, not all Jews, but it was Jews that created the Federal Reserve.
Right. He did recognize that there was international Jewry. Okay. He did understand that, what today they want to call globalists. All right. He did understand that, and he did recognize it and point it out as to be a problem. All right. Where the whole rub came was that once he came to power, and certain laws that he had passed that put a damper on the money flow. Okay. And this was, for one, he implemented the world's first anti-animal cruelty laws ever. And this by default made kosher slaughter an illegal practice because it's barbaric. Okay. It is very inhumane and it's barbaric. And that was cut out. He also went after the narcotics and vice, prostitution, child prostitution, pornography, all that shit. When you see what they were burning, books and shit, what they were burning was the Communist Manifesto, pornographic material, shit just like what they're bitching about at these school board meetings right now. Okay. So what that symbol was, a symbol of prosperity, as it was meant to be. They were prospering quite well. Well, then suddenly international Jewry came out and declared war on Germany. Not necessarily or unnecessarily violent war, but at the very least, economic war. Okay. The headlines read, Judea declares war on Germany. This
Now,
by
can I
default,
take the wheel on this part?
hold
for
on
the
a
rest
second.
of-
This by default made anyone that was Jewish a potential enemy of the state. They had to be segregated. Now, I'm not agreeing with this. I'm just saying this is what was done. Same thing as what we did with the Japanese Americans here in the United States after Pearl Harbor. The Supreme Court just said, well, tough shit. You're no longer citizens anymore, and you don't get to have anything. So pack up what you can carry and report to these camps. So we had done the exact same thing. We're not any kind
But
of.
it's the same. It's all the same event. It's the same process, because this is what I'm saying. Like, let's separate all the atrocities of the Nazis. Like, remove the.
Well, there again,
anti-Semitism.
I question
Well,
so-called
hold on.
atrocity.
Let me nail the economic side of this, because this is what was happening. Is while Hitler took the wrong actions in what he was doing, is what that whole worldwide event was Abraham Lincoln had been killed for opposing the Federal Reserve. John F. Kennedy will be killed in the future for opposing the Federal Reserve. And though all the Federal Reserve countries were organized to go against Germany for opposing the Federal Reserve. And even today, most of the countries we're left at war with are the ones not banking in the one world government Ponzi scheme.
Well, what we actually did, if you take a look in World War II, it's always sold as the good and noble war. We call that our greatest generation. It's sold as the noble war. There's so many movies on it that you could spend a day and a half listing the amount of World War II movies there are. And they're
It's
always
half the gaming industry.
always painting the US as the best, the greatest. The Allies were the greatest, they were on the side of right. But let's look at it from a realistic standpoint. We had the most communist or socialistic, at least, president in history in office at the time, Franklin Roosevelt. At the same time as having a communist prime minister, Winston Churchill, who teamed up with the communist dictator Joseph Stalin to help the Chinese and the Russians spread communism through Europe and Asia. That's what we did. That's exactly what we did, because that's who the enemy of Japan was, the communist. The enemy of Italy was the communist. The enemy of Germany was the communists.
Right. Yeah, there is that layer, but your world domination is the core.
There was no plans for
central
world
banking.
domination. There was no
Yes,
plan.
yes, dude. There's
there
this letter this guy wrote about how 3 world wars are supposed to be acted out, and the first 2 are really creepy to read how they went down.
You're
And then
talking
when
about the letter by Albert Pike to Mazzini of the in Italy, outlining the prospect for 3 world wars. Yeah, the second one did exactly what it was supposed to do too. You see, we go all the way back.
So during that second one, the major Federal Reserve guy is Grandpappy Bush, who's supporting both sides of World War II. Then his son will be a president / CIA, head of CIA for America. And then his son will be GW. And I like, that's what I'm saying. It's all about the Federal Reserve. That is.
Well, I agree. I agree. There's a lot to do with the Federal Reserve and the banking. Absolutely, 100%. But we also have to look too right there, because communism is born right out of the Talmud. And there again, another facet in that entire complete argument. So my point was, what I was originally going at was, you've got a lot of people that are very conservative. They believe in God. They want the wholesome type of existence with a mom and dad at home, the traditional family. And this is what we call right now, pretty much, this is the MAGA people, right? The Make America Great Again. But in all reality, it's exactly the same as the Make Germany Great Again prospect of the Nationalist Socialist Party. People misunderstand what that meant. It wasn't socialism to the point where it's forced at the barrel of a gun. Every German believed it was their duty to help their neighbor. That was the socialistic aspect of it. They didn't even call themselves Nazis. Okay. They called themselves Socies. Okay. But it wasn't socialism. It's a completely different thing. Actually, they prospered rather quickly. Everything seemed to be going good. They were on the cutting edge of science. Had a flourishing airship industry. They were on the cutting edge of the arts, filmmaking, everything, man. They were miles ahead of everybody else. Everybody was getting all their technology from there, man. So why was that a threat? That's where you really got to look into it. Now, I don't think any world leader, dictator, president, prime minister, king, queen, any of these fucking assholes are worth a shit. I really don't. I don't think any of them are worth a flying rat's ass. You know? So that being said, I got to say that there was a lot of shenanigans took place to coerce war. Now, as far as world domination was concerned by Germany, that wasn't even on the fucking table. Okay. The reason he took over the Sudetenland was because those people wanted him to. They were like, hey, this place is fucked up. We want it good like you guys got it. We're traditional Germanic people too. So they welcomed him with open arms. Okay, the war didn't start until no one would address the atrocities that were taking place by the Polish against ethnic Germans on the Polish-German border. And then when the military finally got off their ass at Germany's request to come see something about it, do something about it, they partook in it. This is known as the massacre at Holodomor. Look into it. It's horrific.
Let me clean up. Let me do a little house cleaning on the context, though, because when I say like world domination, I don't mean America or Germany. I mean all these isms and political theater. They can just play out, because it's when I tell these other channels that the control isn't down to every little decision, they'll let this function and transpire organically. But they're getting their roots in like the Iron Bank from Game of Thrones. Like he said, show me the country that banks with my money, and I care not what its laws are. And they've slowly gotten the Federal Reserve into almost every country and monetary system.
Well,
so when I say world domination, I mean the they, them.
The Federal Reserve is just an extension of the Bank of England. Okay, there's 3 city-states that operate this entire.
Now think of that as growing. Think of that as growing beyond Bank of England's power to its own entity, like the way that one channel has no control over the.
It's all the same Leviathan.
Out of his control.
Yeah. That is true. It is the same Leviathan, right? It arrives down to the 300 controllers of the different sectionized countries, and they arrive to the one head that controls it all, that is not known. So yeah, it is like a Leviathan type of multi-headed,
like
call
a
it dragon, snake, whatever you want to call it. I call it a grand deception for control and other purposes.
For Rocky Shepherd here in the thing, here's a great part from Revelation where it says that the Leviathan rose from the sea and spread its tentacles across the face of the earth. Well, what is the Leviathan? That refers to the Levites. Okay, the Levites were the lawgivers. Okay, so the Leviathan is the law of the sea, which is commerce, which brings us right into that Federal Reserve bankruptcy fucking mortgage of everyone. The Leviathan has spread its tentacles from the sea across the face of the earth. There it is. The law of the sea, commerce, everywhere, all into this debt-based money system.
Okay,
And
so
the
you remember
money-
the other night, Sov, whenever I broke out to go to Lauren's show?
What's that now?
Do you remember the other? Hold on, let me find the microphone. Do you remember the other night when I broke out early to go catch Lauren's show?
Yeah.
She had an American maritime lawyer on who lives in Korea to be a foreign lawyer in Korea. And this is my new motivation going on her show, because if you put her in front of a maritime lawyer, she sits there and starts questioning shit like she's a Sov. And I keep telling her, I'm like, Lauren, I'm going to show you how much Sov you have in you, you know, for as much as you try and battle them and run them through the dirt. It's like, I see it. Like, I see it in you when you talk to other lawyers. So that's my new motivation. The next time I go on her show is like, let's have this out. Let's see how Sov Lauren is. You should show up for that one.
Yeah, that would be great. Well, a lot of these people, what they just, there again, and it goes right back to what I've said before. It goes right back down to this perception deception that people live under. Okay. And it's where it's not the information itself, it's the presenter and the perception people have of that presenter. Like, there's a lot of people were appalled to find out that Dr. Anthony Fauci is not really a practicing physician. He doesn't meet with patients. He hasn't for years. He doesn't do any diagnoses. He doesn't do anything.
He is the science.
He's an administrator. Okay. He's one of those fools that they promote out of the way. And that's all he is. And he's up there as a puppet for these various organizations, you know.
I can tell you how he drastically screwed up that AIDS study in the 80s. Like, he got stupid on that study. And I do think he used it as an excuse to hang out in gay bathhouses longer than he should have. But just the way he put, and no fault to any homos, but yeah, man, like, he really did rotate the bathhouses like it was science, and he still got the AIDS information wrong.
I can see him in there with a towel, sitting around in the steam room going, I'm not gay or anything. I'm just here doing a study.
Got a clipboard.
Can I see your penis?
I think I should taste that a little bit. I got it. It's for science. It's for
science. I need to see your penis for science, you know. But I'm not gay or nothing.
Camacho, do not go swimming. Oh my God. Come on.
Hey, Sovereign.
Is real. Yes, sir.
Sovereign, sir, I'm going to have to jump off here, but thank you for having me here tonight. I've had a good bit of fun. This has been a fun stream. Interesting conversation tonight.
Yeah,
who is that? I
try
can't
to
see my
stay
screen.
with some interesting shit. Well, what's your take on it all before you go, Terry? What's your take on it all?
On which particular part? We talking about the Bible verses? We talking about Mandela effects? We've covered a lot of ground, man. What?
We're like all over the place.
How about the realm? What this title is to this? So I'm correct, right?
Yeah. What do you think we're in, man?
Give us your perspective on any and all, whatever one hits home, whichever one.
No wrong answers because we don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't have all the answers, but I have learned that you create your own reality. And the sooner you understand that, the easier it will be for you to understand many things you don't understand right now. It's the best I can do for you tonight.
Yeah.
If that'll help, if that helps you any. Know that you create.
No.
Know that you create your own reality, and your intent when you interact with other people will control the entire outcome of what you get. So.
Oh God, yeah. You know, have you ever noticed? You be rolling down the road and you get pulled over by a cop and you're like, damn, I was just thinking about if I got pulled over by a cop, or you've been, God, I hope I don't get pulled over. Boom, that's when it happens. It's like you manifest that shit, you know?
Right.
I truly believe you do. I really do.
Are you saying if that happens, it's your guilty conscience?
Yeah, right. You're like, Well, see, your subconscious doesn't really understand. It doesn't recognize negatives, right? So when you're going, I hope I don't get pulled over. The negative of hoping you don't, that part doesn't come in there. All your subconscious picks up is I pulled over. I pulled over. I'm pulled over. Boom. And so it will manifest that. That's why I say a lot of times people manifest their own poverty. The more you worry about not having enough money, the more not enough money you end up with. You see?
Oh, but Sav, your monkey brain is designed that as soon as you get the thing you want most, the thing you love most, all you're going to do is sweat losing it.
I'm going to see, because I might cut over. Tomorrow night, I'm definitely going to come over just only for a short period of time on here. On YouTube, and then cut over to, I'll tell you why, because I ran across a really good video last night, and it was talking about this thing was from 1994. Okay, so you got to think back that far, and this was a few years after the fact, but so this put it in the 80s. And do you remember when like Barney Frank got in trouble for that all-male gay page sex ring they had in the Congress? You might not remember that shit, but anyway, that was part of this. But this was huge, man. There was huge politicians and important people involved in this and I'm talking with underage. And when these people were getting ready to testify about it, the FBI even threatened these people that they were going to charge them with perjury, even though their stories corroborated, just so that they would recant. So they scared one kid into recanting his story. He blew it on the stand, though. But they talked him into recanting his story. And then they even had the recorded phone call of where the FBI had him call one of the other witnesses and be saying, why are you lying about this? I'm not going to lie for you anymore. And this, that, and the other. And she's like, what are you talking about? You know, you can tell that she's like blindsided by this change in this kid. But really an interesting, really thing. And I'd like to go through it and break that down because people think that this is just recent since the Trump thing and the Q and all that. Oh, look at this trafficking rings and Jeffrey Epstein and shit. Bro, this goes back so fucking far you wouldn't believe it.
I think people know, though, because that's why we know Epstein didn't delete himself, because we know that the child blood has been on generational power since, like I said, before America, you know?
Yeah, well, there's some other shit too where it's this Lex Wexner and who's the other fucking guy? Ghislaine's dad, Robert Maxwell. Their names come up in this too. And this is 1994, right?
No, I believe that Epstein was the patsy. I believe that Ghislaine is the central nervous point because of what her father does.
Well, a lot of people don't know that there was more islands. Okay, he had other islands, like in the Great Lakes in Michigan. There's islands, and he owns some of them, man.
And EBT hit me to some information I didn't know, that apparently on Epstein Island, the special forces are using that for like a submarine depot or something. And I haven't looked into it myself. Yeah, but he said that Ghislaine is all about some like submarine science, and then told me that story. And like, I'm still looking for a chance to look into it some more.
Yeah, she has a submarine license.
Yeah, it's like, why? But then he tells me that special ops are using that island as a submarine halfway point.
What is that clicking? Is that a strap or something banging against your camera?
Oh, yeah, my microphone's banging against the phone.
Open Satan worship. Yeah, I gotta say, Rocky, you're absolutely correct with that. Yeah. It's almost like it's, well, goddamn. I mean, they got after school Satan club now for kids. Have you seen that?
better than
Oh, that's
gangs.
old. I've had a membership to that for years.
We used to call it Dungeons and Dragons, but whatever.
Yeah,
I remember.
exactly.
I remember on Fridays they do that on Mr. Rogers. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Let's sacrifice some goats in the neighborhood.
He got arrested, didn't he, for something also?
Who, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah.
No.
Did
I
he?
thought he got arrested for something with a kid. Anyways, article I read. Maybe not him. Maybe somebody else.
Are you talking
No.
about when Pee Wee was jerking off in a porn?
Yeah,
theater?
you're talking about Pee Wee Herman jacking off in the theater.
And I always
Okay.
thought that was a bum rap because at that time period, he was by himself, minding his own business in a theater, not doing the kids show. And at that same time, we were saying Magic Johnson was a hero for sleeping with so many women that he got HIV. And it was a little contradictory. And I was just a kid pissed off that I couldn't watch Pee Wee anymore.
Yeah, poor Pee
Yeah.
Wee. Think
So
about the guy
Sovereign,
sitting behind him.
he
Or
came back-
the guy sitting in front of him. That's who I wouldn't have wanted to been. Shit.
And think
So
about
we-
it. He didn't come back until that Johnny Depp movie about being the weed guy that went up to coke and stuff. You remember what that movie was called?
Are you talking about the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
No. The other one where he is like just a guy on the beaches of California, and it was a true story. Like,
Oh, Blow.
yeah, okay. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. That's when Pee Wee finally came back. Was that appearance in Blow?
Pee Wee was in a Cheech and Chong movie too. I remember. He was one of the inmates when Chong got put, Chong got put in the insane asylum, and there was Pee Wee was in there. He's like, "I'm the hamburger man." I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
that.
I'm not sorry.
And his movie was
Sovereign.
epic too.
I want to
Here we
bring.
got-
I want to bring something here. Is so. What do you think, Sovereign? This realm is, and I'd like to hear. I always hi to the new panel guests here. So maybe we can give the new panel guests a chance here to define what they think this realm is. What the realm, if you want to go that way. I'm curious of what everybody else's opinion here.
And if I come off as rude, I haven't been able to look at my screen, so stop me if there's more people than I know about.
No worries.
I look at it like that. This is a big, like a game board. Okay, real or not, it's the illusion of reality is a very, very persistent one. So that being said, I believe that it's kind of like a cross between a choose your own adventure book and a video game. Okay, whereas at certain junctures you are allowed to make a choice that's going to lead to another path of possibility along your experience, right? However, all of it, regardless of the decisions that you make, are already imprinted on the reality. It's just a matter of which path you take. And I think it's just I don't know its purpose, but I believe it's kind of not too much different than that. Like if you ever saw Rick and Morty when he played Roy and he put that helmet on and he was, yeah, I mean, it's just
I
like,
referenced that for so many existential things.
yeah, I mean, it's just like, I look at it like that, you know, that's pretty much what it is. Recently, I've been listening to a lot of near-death experiences just because it's fascinating to me. And the similarities between those and a DMT trip are so fucking close, you know?
I'm pretty sure that your brain releases DMT when you die. That's why.
Yep.
It's so similar.
It's pretty interesting shit what the insights that these people come back with too. And I think that that's part of it too, whether or not it's an actual you separate because of that, or whether it's through the use of magic mushrooms or like DMT or whatever. That
Well, all
the
hallucinogens-
ego death, and what I mean by
Yeah,
the ego
yeah.
death is that you come to a point where you are just pure consciousness and you've completely forgotten about the physical you for whatever period of time, because time is irrelevant in that place. And when you start to come back, it's almost, for myself, it's almost like I laugh. It kind of cracks me up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to go back to that for a bit. Okay. You know, and the other thing I noticed too is like when in the DMT realm, that it's like it's new, but it's familiar. You know what I'm saying? And there's this overwhelming sense of welcome.
Sovereign, they always tell me to leave after a certain period of time, and I tell them no. Then I wake up.
So this is what I used to teach kids, my peers back in the rave days when we were doing all the different psychedelics, and people talk about their anxiety and their fear. I'm like, that's you not giving away to the ego death. You're trying to hold on to that ego, and you just got to ride it. You got to go for the ride and let it go, and you'll be fine.
Yep.
And that's, I think it is like that transition into the afterlife where you got to, hey man, this was just that turn you took. It's not really you. And you
Well, in order to climb up, in order to climb the mountain, you must let go of the mountain first.
Yeah. Yeah. In order to take another step. Yeah.
And to go with what Saab was saying, I have never been on a surgery table like with them giving me the paddles to resuscitate me, but I've gone catapult over my motorcycle with no helmet or armor on, and as I'm slow motion soaring and seeing the road come up, I got that feeling of when you realize you're dreaming and you're about to wake up, like you hear your alarm in your dream, and you're like, oh, I remember this shit. I had that feeling all the way toward the road. And then at the last second, I was like, nah, and I did a tumble into the pavement and went bouncing down the street with my bike chasing behind me. But yeah, man, I had my near-death experience, and it was only off of that realization that, oh, this might be the last day today.
Are you on a fucking horse?
Oh, no, I keep forgetting the microphone. I'm trying to fasten it. The slack in my microphone. I'm wearing one of those earbuds with a microphone.
Oh, it sounds like a fucking horse clopping.
You might hear my dog walking too, because if I put his shoes on in the winter, he does sound like a horse galloping down the sidewalk.
That's pretty funny. Hey, Saab, I actually, I had near SIDS when I was a baby, and I actually died a couple of times during that, and I have very vivid memories from experiences that I never personally had, but they're definitely memories. It's not like something that, you know, it happened, you know, like just not to me.
Might have happened to you, just not in that host body.
Not in this flesh bag. It happened to me, but it wasn't the one that you see in front of you.
I mean, you don't really think you're a flesh bag, do you? You
Well,
might
we're
be
all-
having the experience of a flesh bag. I don't think we're flesh bags.
Right. I don't think I'm personally like my individual per se. No, I'm saying the experience that I have now, it is not that same experience. It was a different experience that I've had in the past or am to have, one of the two.
I dig that. You know, this is an interesting thing too, is that I was going to mention this when I was talking about the heart having actual brain cells. And there's been cases where people get a heart transplant and they suddenly have memories from the person that it was donated from.
Oh, yeah.
One case in particular that I thought was really interesting was this guy. He went in for he was going to get a heart transplant. He's waiting for a donor. And he, to kill the time, took it like a art class that they had there at the hospital. And he was doing some painting, and he, pretty crappy really, but he tried his best. Anyways, he enjoyed it. He finally got the heart. He was recovering from the heart transplant and resumed what he'd been doing at the art thing as soon as he could get out of bed and stuff because he enjoyed it, right? All of a sudden, he's painting these beautiful seascapes with ships and all this shit. And it's like, what the hell? The parents of the donor came to see him. He recognized them. He'd never met them before, and he recognized them, and they were shocked when they saw the pictures that he had been painting. They said, "Oh my God, these are exactly like our son used to make." Isn't that amazing?
You know, another interesting concept on that is my mom passed a couple years back, but before that, she had some heart issues. And for some odd reason, she thought that the medical professionals that convinced her to put in a pig valve,
oh God,
were doing the right thing. Well, dude, I'm telling you, I watched my mom decline to something of not my mom. I'll
Really?
put it that way. You know, and it all started as soon as that pig valve went in. She became extremely pig-headed, first and foremost.
You know, this is what I was going to bring up is the pig hearts, and now there's 3D printed hearts. What do you think the effects of a 3D printed heart will be?
I don't think
whatever they encode it. I think it will
whatever
work,
they encode
but
it with.
It's encoded with digital data. It could be like a
Go in the door.
Nuts.
Trying to get some food.
Well, isn't it amazing how the human body seems to be compatible with stuff from pigs?
Well, we're very close to pigs.
Yeah.
Like, we're closer to pigs than I think any other animal except for a monkey and a rat.
When stuff works on lab mice, it's more likely to work on humans.
Yeah,
but we are similar to pigs.
It goes rat, monkey, pig, if I remember correctly.
Well, think about this. Think about this right here, man. A fetus to a pig at an early gestation looks very similar to a human. Okay?
Almost identical.
And we are compatible. They also, cannibals often say that human flesh tastes like pork, right?
You're not supposed to eat pork according to many different religions.
Right. Now, I heard of a legend or a story that comes from the Semitic peoples in the Middle East about an alchemist who was fucking around and turned a bunch of people into beasts, which are where pigs came from.
There's also the story from Tiberius during the Jewish wars, where he was alleged to cast the demon pigs into the river, much like the story of Jesus.
Yeah, where okay, so it was this dude. It was a demon-possessed man who lived in the tombs.
That's the story from the Jesus side.
Right.
But if you look at the Roman side of the same story, it was actually an incursion of Jews on, and this is according to the Roman side. I don't know it to be true. I wasn't there, so it's just speculation. But according to the story, they actually expelled. Tommy, put your mic on.
I ain't got no one.
They actually expelled the people that were coming after the Romans into the swine. It was an insult just as much as it was an actual event. And there's actually about 2,000 bodies, which is about a legion, if I remember correctly.
Wow. Yeah, see, there's some kind of a connection. There's some kind of a connection.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, I believe that.
There are so many correlations between the two, like the story of the start of the ministry of Christ in Galilee, where he says, "Come and I will make you fishers of men." Okay. Well, the story from the Roman perspective and the Tiberius story, there was another incursion during the Jewish wars, and he literally made his men fishers of men because they swamped the boats and everybody was fucking drowning, and they were literally just stabbing people and bringing them aboard as dead bodies.
Oh, no way. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you look in the archaeological record in Galilee, you'll see some bodies.
Wow.
You know,
Do you guys-
and then
do
the
you guys
rocks
eat
will
beef
cry
pork?
out. If these people are silent, even the very rocks will cry out, right? The Romans had whistling stones. It was during the Jewish wars.
Oh, my word. What'd you start to say, Bearsworth?
It's a fucked up conversation. This whole conversation, I don't even like to go into, because I don't even like to think about it. Because I eat pork, I eat bacon, and I do
I
eat
eat pork
this stuff.
too.
But when you go down that rabbit hole, it is kind of fucked up because it is like our hearts. We can transplant a human heart with a pig's heart and all that fucked up shit.
Insulin?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
What?
I will attest that does not work without much complication.
Well, so I'm not sure. That's just what I've heard. But so
You
it's
got
fucked up when
you
you
got
go down that
insulin,
rabbit
too.
hole. That one rabbit hole, is kind of fucked up, and you feel bad if you're a pork eater, which like I eat chicken and I do. But whenever I go down that rabbit hole, I feel kind of bad. I'm like, fuck, man, there might be some truth there, and it's fucked up. Like maybe like it is like humans. I don't know. That's the one rabbit hole that I can. They were. I don't know. It is. Yeah. But who knows?
Hey, Bear.
But it's
Next
weird.
time you get some bacon, take at least 2 or 3 pieces and put some vinegar on it. You'll never eat bacon again.
Why would I do that? What happens?
Have you
Do
done
your
that,
own
Nubs?
research, man. What's
Nubs,
that?
Have you done that? Have you done that?
Uh-huh.
What do you do to it now?
You put vinegar on it.
So what does that do?
And then
what happens?
look at the meat.
How long
It
after that?
changes the meat. Not very long, but like the way the meat looks, it looks like if you've ever had a flesh wound and like a really bad flesh wound and like seen into your skin, that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go too far down because you can just put water. I actually just put a pork roast in my sink today, and I put some water on it, and it like turned a little bit gray and fucked up, and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't
Yeah,
even need to be a vinegar.
Sorry guys, I was muted. No, I want to back him up on this pig thing. You don't even need the vinegar when you go down the rabbit hole I went down. Where I've
that's why I
seen
don't
like
even want to go down the rabbit hole, man, because I like bacon, and it sucks.
Tommy loves his bacon.
Let's not go down this rabbit hole, man. Bacon is. I
listen.
like bacon. But
When you think of predictive programming, have you ever seen Willow whenever they were turning the army into pigs? Like there's
Yeah.
people that believe
Yeah.
pigs are derived from past people. Like
yeah,
they
man, like,
believe there are pigs because they were and I don't necessarily subscribe to it, but it makes me hold up on eating a whole lot of bacon and
yeah, man,
what
me
I
too,
used
man.
to.
It's so fucked up, man. And before I got into this stuff, I bought a couple pigs. I bought like a half pig and stuff, and because it was good, it was like bought a, I got a bunch of bacon and shit. And
Have
then
you
I got
ever
into these conspiracies, and then it's just like, holy fuck. Like,
have you
know,
ever
like,
raised a pig?
A
They
pig
could
knows
actually-
you're trying to kill it. Like a cow will
Yep.
step up over his dead friend and get
Yep.
shot in the head right after his friend. Pigs know you're coming for them, and they will
Pigs are
taste
fucking-
worse if you don't kill them without their fear.
It is weird.
They're fucking smart.
Think about
They're
this,
smart,
man.
and they will eat anything, man. My brother's raised
Including
2
you.
pigs.
Yeah.
My brother's raised 2 pigs, and he's like, man, do not pass out beside a pig. He's like, and he's just raising like normal, pretty pasteurized pigs. But he's like, man, they will eat you if you pass out in their pen. They will just start to eat you. Yeah.
Urban myth says the mob used to use pigs because you can't even really get DNA because the DNA is so close.
Dude,
and once it goes into
they don't
Bro,
even
did you
have
even
to
watch
feed it.
Dragon,
They
bro?
don't even have to feed it.
I
to the
didn't.
pig.
I wasn't there, so I can say it's an urban myth and not claim
have you
to
seen
have.
Dragon?
Right,
Hannibal
I
Lecter,
understand what
like
you're
the third
saying.
one?
Do you realize that they could actually just turn a human body into fucking sausage, and you wouldn't be able to tell it from your Jimmy Dean's, man?
Well, look at the fucking Rabbi Finkelstein interview on fucking YouTube.
We were just
right
talking
there.
about
It's in
that.
your fucking McDonald's. That's why it tastes funny.
Also in that Snatch movie, the mob guy references feeding people to pigs and how many pigs you need per body.
Okay, so I watched this video on YouTube of this woman that they interrogated. That there was these people had come up missing that had come to work for her, and she had said something about killing somebody and feeding them to the pigs. Well, they got to investigate, and that's exactly what this woman had done, man.
Mm-hmm.
It was up in, like, I think Oregon.
The pigs will eat the bones and everything.
The only thing it won't eat is the hair and the teeth.
And you
And
think
all
about
there.
it. You think about it. What are they introducing into the predictive programming but the fucking super pig from Canada?
Man bear pig?
Yeah,
all
man
signs
bear pig
point
from
toward,
Canada.
All signs point toward that chick from Tiger King also probably fed her husband to her tigers, even though it's not pigs. It's very likely she fed her husband to her tigers.
Well,
that'd be perfect.
So to go with your Canadian pig, have you seen this footage? I think it's over in China of a dude hosing down a skinned chicken, but it's like half his size hanging from a hook. He's like cleaning this chicken, but it's like half of his man size.
Damn. Well, listen,
Yep.
around here,
Monsanto? Is that the
We're
chicken's
just-
name?
We're just prehistoric chickens.
Check this out. Around here, they have poultry houses, and they got thousands of chickens in each one of these things, man. And all they do, the lights are on 24/7, and so these chickens are constantly awake. And when they're awake, all they do is eat. And they feed them this hormone-laced chicken feed, so that they go from what they call a peepee, a little hatchling, all the way to a full-size fryer in 5 weeks.
Yep.
Okay.
And
So those things
that's
are-
not all evil either. It's like we gotta feed all these monkeys, you know? Like there's all
Well,
these hairless
looky
monkeys.
here,
We only
too.
have so much space for chickens. You have to cram as much efficiency in as you can. And then the
Okay,
nefariousness
so
comes
you've
with
got
that.
all this
Why-
hormone. This
Why
hormone,
feed the monkeys?
hormone-infused chicken meat.
They'll revolt.
Now, let me tell you how hormone-laced it is. 5 weeks to not just a full-size chicken. Because if you look, these chickens you get in the supermarket today are like 2.5 times the size of a normal fucking chicken.
Oh, one breast easily feeds two.
Yeah. So we wonder why these little girls are developing before they should, why their pituitary gland is shutting down and they turn into fat, amorphous people. And this is one of the reasons. Now, there's so much shit in that feed that after they clear out all the chickens, cage them up, take them off to the rendering plant, they go in there with a Bobcat front end loader and they scoop out all that litter. Them chickens have been in there for 5 weeks shitting. And they scoop up all that litter with that chicken shit and they put it in these trucks. And then they take it to a place where they mix it with cattle feed. Because the growth hormones in the chicken shit is going into the cows, but plus the chicken shit too.
They
you
call
know
that
the whole
line
thing of
feeding.
You are what you eat.
So consider this. Okay, you got the ladies suffering from those hormones, right? But why are the men suddenly confused and wearing dresses? Maybe because every woman over 16 has been mainlining birth control, which half of that is forever chemical that gets pissed out into the system, and we're all partaking in that. And so
Not
people
only that, but the BPA plastic has been known directly to interfere with the uptake of estrogen in men.
Right. And you're not supposed to have as much fluoride as we use compared to even the Nazis.
Oh
So-
God, no.
Well, any fluoride at all is terrible. It's one of the main ingredients in Prozac.
Right.
It is designed to keep you docile, to kind of.
Well, that's why they used it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but America, they say, oh, your teeth will fall out if we don't do this.
Yeah, I drank fluoridated water my entire life. Look here, plastic.
Wait a second. You mean that fluorinated water is better for you than pop?
And also to go with our spiritual thing, no matter what they do to us, we're obviously still getting our 75 average years, give or take. Like, you still get to display who you are and define what you inherently, what your nature is. And it is stacked against you, but you could never. It's like when people used to ask me what I think of Death Wish coffee. I used to go, well, I also smoke meth, so it's just coffee. And they would laugh. But yeah, man, you're gonna take these electromagnetic fields, you're gonna take the fluoride and God knows what in the food because they want to vaccinate the food. But just keep doing the damn thing, you know? Like, try and abstain from what you can, do what you can. But Jesus, what's enough at one point?
I think the other side to that is learn what filters out shit in your body. Like parsley, for instance. Parsley is phenomenal for purifying the blood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and to know that is not that fucking hard. It's a Google search or a fucking YouTube search. What are the 10 best herbs for purifying the pituitary gland, or the, you know, that information's out there. And 90% of the time, I wouldn't say 90, I'd say at least 50% of the time, the herb grows in your back fucking yard.
Yeah, that's why. Look, I don't care about what they call weeds. All right. For one thing, like you were just saying, a lot of that shit, it's like a pharmacy. You know,
absolutely.
There's shit out there that I know can be used for a poultice, for burns or cut. There's
Plantain.
all kinds of shit. And not to mention, I got little pollinating flowers that come up, you know, so I'll let the dandelions damn near go full to bloom before I mow, because I want the bees. You know, I'm helping the bees, man. The poor fucking things are dying out and shit. And it's like, I'm doing what I can. You know,
Hey, Sovereign, those dandelions you're mowing over, your wife would greatly benefit from the roots in a tea, and it kind of tastes like coffee.
Oh yeah, she don't drink coffee. I know that. Listen.
Well,
she's
it's a tea.
She's a picky thing. She's picky as hell.
But that and blessed thistle help regulate a female's estrogen uptake even after menopause, unless the gallbladder has been removed, and then I don't know how exactly it works.
Oh, and every woman that gave up birth control and was off of it for more than like 3 months, they've all said they feel like sane and more grounded.
Yep.
And they all say that at 16, a doctor would not take no for an answer to put them on it.
Isn't that rape?
Well, it's like I tell these leftist kids that want to have their abortions left and right. I go, you could just not fuck or do something about how you're fucking to not have to do the abortion. I'm like, I'm no stranger to the morning after pill. I'll drop a Plan B pill if I'm shaky on the confidence. But the idea that like you must be able to kill the baby inside your body, it's ridiculous.
Well,
Isn't that about accountability?
It's modern child sacrifice.
Responsibility.
Right.
You know, it is. You know, there's more people die inside the womb than outside the womb every day, every year in the United States, in the world. And this is
it's
really
worship to Marduk.
And that, hey, listen, ladies, I agree. It's your body. It's your choice. But in that case, that's not your body. That's somebody else's body. It just happens to be inside of yours. Okay. Going by that same analogy, that because it's just inside you, you have a right to kill it, then that means that as soon as your husband went inside you, you could put a knife through his neck and kill him, right? And then it would be okay because it's your body, your choice. Same fucking thing.
Don't give them ideas.
I spell it out more as like, I wish we could be involved in the decision, but because you can decide for yourself, that's on your soul. And God knows I desperately wanted my kid, you know?
Well, let's look at it this way. All right. What about if we did a try before you buy? Okay. So in other words, you go ahead and you have the baby. And after a month, if you're not happy, you can kill it.
No way. At least 18. Because then you know whether or not they're going to be a productive member of society.
But do you see what I'm going at? You see where I'm going?
Absolutely.
Where do you
They're
draw
already
the line?
going there.
You don't
See,
you don't have the right to kill another person. That is against the law. Okay.
But this is how they're gonna emphasize the dystopian on us. I think they're gonna.
I could do it
No,
too.
listen. They're using this. They're using this big uproar between abort or not abort to push the baby factories where you won't grow inside of a woman anymore. Like, why would you want to risk the pregnancy? Why deal with abortions? You can just splice your shit here. They already have the what's it called? You know, the patents. They have the patents on a baby factory of pods, like you see in movies and shit. They've already done it with sheep and stuff.
Hell, I think they did it back in the middle of the 19th century.
Yeah, and Japan claims to have a sex robot that you can just get pregnant, and it'll just
Oh my God,
it'll just grow the fetus inside the sex robot.
That's right out of Rick and Morty. Come on now.
It's right out of Raised by Wolves. I feel like they dropped Raised by Wolves like just in time for 2 years later for them to announce that. Because Raised by Wolves is this atheist dude. Huh?
Isn't there a prediction, though, through analysis, that more females and males are becoming, basically, they can't produce a baby, becoming sterile, and the mother not being able to...
Yeah, that goes back with all the chemicals and everything and what we're doing to ourselves. And then there's the branch of society that just has opted out. Like, I don't deny that I'm not really looking for a partner anymore. Like, if it fell in my lap, fine. But I see too many objectives to stay task at hand and worry about that stuff compared to how people are becoming in themselves.
Yeah. Well, likewise myself too. But if
you guys need to have fucking kids. You guys need to have fucking kids. Seriously?
I'm not gonna, at this rate, the timing that I would have a child.
I have 2 kids. It's the best thing in your whole fucking life.
It made you better, man.
Dave, you will fucking attest to this. It's the best thing in your whole fucking life. I'm sorry. I don't know.
No, don't be sorry. You're absolutely right. And you don't know it till you know it.
Yeah,
but listen, guys, listen.
Seriously.
I am happy for you guys. I encourage you to keep on keeping on with that. And to the point where sometimes a single mom talking to me at a store will notice my vest and I'll say, oh, that's for you and your kid. Like, because I'm just a guy out there doing the best I can. And I have a lot of reasons. Like, I came from a dysfunctional Brady Bunch situation where each of my parents had kids from families before they got together and had me. And
Same here.
I've watched my brothers and sisters fail at the solid marriage thing. And I see my own issues to where it's like, yeah, I'm not sweating it. I encourage people to have families, but I feel like I must have a purpose that it's not in the cards this time around.
I truly believe.
Always work out.
I'll tell you.
Doesn't
I'll tell you
always
what.
work out,
I'll tell
but
you
you'll
what.
never regret having a fucking kid. You'll never regret it.
Grandkids are better. Let me tell you why.
You can give them back.
Well, it's not just that, but watching the
Sure.
interaction, watching their interaction with their parents. You see, because you'll see them pull some shit, and you remember when like I'll see my daughter, right? My grandson, he'll pull some shit, and it'll remind me so much exactly of what his mom tried to pull on me, and I just stand back, I just watch. Yep, I've been there with that one.
That's really funny that you say about that, because as a father, I'm going through my son's 13 now, so he's just starting into that teenage years, etc. And I was a bad kid. I was not a good kid. My son is a freaking angel compared to me. Nevertheless, we deal with issues of a 13-year-old. And I'll call my dad now, and it's really interesting because I didn't have a very good relationship with my father growing up, and it's only because I'm a father that I'm looking to have that good relationship so that my son sees a leader in that aspect, you know. And I'll ask my dad,
with the silver spoon.
right, break that fucking pattern. Right. No, honestly, I mean that it really does apply. But when I'm like, for instance, I took my son camping last summer, and I called my dad up and I said, Dad, why is it that you never did this? And he said, well, you probably wouldn't have wanted to go. And I was like, you know what? I had a blast and I probably would have gone. Nevertheless, I still get that experience. I'm just on the other side. So we always get the experiences that we desire, in my opinion. It's just when we get them and how we recognize them.
And let me reassure the father guy that I have some stock plays that if they work out right, I could very much see myself like adopting some kids that aren't going to have a parent, you know? But as far as finding a woman that I can live around and get old with, I don't think I could adopt kids easier than find a woman I could get old and tolerate.
Tommy, I could not agree more. That is one thing we could probably definitely agree on without a problem.
And I already wanted my off-grid land. If it becomes an animal rescue, it's also going to be like a vacation for kids who were touched by assholes. Because there's another guy on YouTube named Bear Independent. He's more of like the biblical end of days prepper type guy. He's got a thing called Caleb House. I think it's in, I forget which state it's in, but yeah, it's.
Isn't that in Arizona?
No, it's the one to the right of me. It's between me and Tennessee. Is it Oklahoma maybe, or maybe one of the Dakotas? I'd have to look at the map. That's public education, but he specifically refers to Caleb House as for kids who were touched by assholes. But his militant ass, I don't know how they do it legally, but his team like executes the breach and remove of children. I don't know if they just work alongside the law or what, but I really respect that dude. I like to watch his channel.
Sovereign, I want to thank you for having me on here, and I want to thank everybody who participated on the panel. I'm going to be leaving the panel now. See everybody in the future.
No, sure.
Yeah,
Give
I've
us
seen you
a
around, man. I'm glad we got a chance
and then
to
just
talk.
leave.
What was that? Oh, can you repeat that? I missed it.
I said, just like a woman, just give us a little bit of temptation and then just leave.
Yeah.
What kind of hold on, expand? What kind of temptation? I'm curious.
No, he's a showman. He always leaves us wanting more.
Well, you want me to hang
that's
around?
what it is.
I can hang around. Before you leave,
yeah. I don't know if you guys noticed it back there, that was the first time I ever got stopped in that bar and I couldn't get food because he patted me down and felt my gun. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what you want me to do. I was like, I just want food. I was like, he goes, I can't have you in here with the gun. I said, I can't be out there without it. And he goes, I know.
He wanted you to leave it outside and then come back and get it just after you ordered food.
In hindsight, I should have left it with the DJ, but yeah, it wasn't that big a deal. I just left.
So you carry a gun?
That was a Mexican dive bar anyway. I live in a barrio.
So where are you living there, Tommy?
I'm in Denver, but like it's getting busy around here. Like I can't tell whether it's recreational or hostile, but there is a lot of shooting in my area to where I find shell casings when I'm walking my dog and I'll flag cops down and be like, I found it at this intersection because I'm sick of it. And a couple of my veteran neighbors are triggered by it because, yeah, man, people are shooting around here all the time. And the cops tell me that it is youth with issues with each other. I usually listen for like tires to peel out with it. But some nights I can tell it's somebody just coming out at like 2 or 3 a.m. to dump a mag for practice in their backyard or something. But there is just like shooting all the time around Denver now.
You know, speaking of crazy shit, did you guys see what happened in Chicago?
Yeah. All them kids was downtown throwing a fit. Lighting
Kids is right because they're running around like damn sheep.
And that's typical of Chicago and Detroit and Jacksonville.
Yeah,
you know,
it
it's
is.
just the norm. Yeah.
But not only that, they don't have any recourse though down there with all the new ordinances and state statutes and shit that have gone in. I don't want to say laws because they cause loss, injury, or harm. They are breaking the law with those policies and shit. Nevertheless, you know, if you have no recourse for any of your actions, you're going to do whatever the fuck next person does to you. And if they put one person that has ill intention, the whole fucking flock goes after and beats people and cars and does all sorts of crazy shit, just like happened.
And you know what's worse with this generation, with these SoundCloud kids, especially in Jacksonville? Growing up, rap alluded to violence, alluded to crimes. These of who they killed, where they killed them, why, when, and they're either getting killed or going to jail for it. And they're finding each other through their live streams. Like they'd watch each other StreamYarding, like, oh, he's down there at that corner store, and that's how they go get him.
Hey, Dave.
It's crazy.
Dave, I got a question for you. Please.
Who? Go ahead.
Or Sovereign.
Go ahead.
Is it Dave? Is your name Dave?
Dave's not here, man.
Dave's not here.
Dave's not here, man.
Hey, man.
Here's that thumbnail of what I was trying to tell Flow State about, not to hold our friend up. You see that that revolver that shoots fucking broadhead darts? Flow State can probably carry one of those legally.
Oh God.
You guys have seen mine, haven't you? My crossbow?
Yeah, don't bring it on.
No, I'm not gonna bring it up. I ain't gonna fuck with your channel or anything. No, but he could carry that.
Yeah, I think it's specific. Well, you know, firearms is a commercial term. That's how they get around that Second Amendment shit.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's why he can still carry the muzzle loader pistol. You just have to get it done in those 2 shots, or maybe have two shot pistols.
What was I dicking with here last night?
Yeah, I actually I had a run-in with, I think I was saying about a run-in with those sheriffs. I didn't let them step on. They kept on talking firearm. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no fire and there's no fucking arm.
Right.
There's a throwing arm. That's a throwing arm. Yeah, but that's not a fire. That's throwing. Two different processes.
Well, now I see where they're trying to make it illegal for people to buy or own body armor. Now,
Yep.
why in the fuck would they not want you to be safe?
See, I buy fiberglass and fiberglass resin. I don't buy body armor. That'd be silly.
Well, I have rifle rated body armor that's rated up for AK-47.
Well, I trust the planning clearly.
So it's like,
Does it have the film shit? Does it have the outer layer sub? Because that I realized how important that was on a what's that one channel?
to stop it from spalling.
Anti-spall.
Yeah, because he had one of those fleshy skull things to put the armor on, and a sprawl piece did shoot up under the jaw into like where the brain would have been, and it was just a little piece of the bullet, and it still would have took you out. And there's a chance even with the sprawl spray, like it can still happen. You're just taking down the likelihood.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind too, you're still taking the inertia.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's it might not penetrate, but it's going to still hurt like a motherfucker.
No, my neighbor took a hit in Somalia. He took an AK hit to his body armor. He said he pissed blood for 2 weeks easy. Because all that force has to spread out on that armor plate, and it's still pushing against you if it doesn't get a glancing hit or something.
Well, you want to sure you got a trauma. You want to have trauma pads underneath them too.
Well, the point is, body armor is still for if you can get to a surgeon or to help. If you're in Mad Max Book of Eli time, don't even bother. Just move faster, and if you get shot, just take the bullet.
I saw there's a YouTube channel out there that does different experiments with different products that are
Is it
commercially
administrative
available.
result? That's what
What's
I was
that?
trying to remember. The one I was trying to remember that did that one I was talking about, it was administrative results, and he works with the white guy with the square jaw. I can't remember his name.
No, that's not the channel.
Grand Thumb. Grand
Thumb. I like Grand Thumb. You like Paul Harrell?
Yeah, I like
Is that
Paul.
the guy that's like he's like a messy haired guy out in a field with his Carhartt jacket?
Yeah.
I like that dude.
Uses the chronometer to he takes an average of the bullet speeds and shit, and then he gives you all the information.
I like all the gun tubers. The only ones I shy away from is like the ones like Demolition Ranch, where it's like a kid's show almost. But
Yeah.
like Brendan Herrera and all the like more serious adult oriented ones, those I like.
No,
Yeah,
the
I
one
pretty
that I'm
much,
talking about is specifically designed for like he goes in and he uses different things that are available, like milk jugs for the HDPE plastic, and then he builds it, shows you how to build it, and then goes out and tests it and shows you all the results of what it's able to stop, from this range to this range, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
you're
he
talking
did
about
one-
the $30 plates, like the dramatically good plates for $30 or something. Well, somebody did a video like that.
Yeah, yes and no. Along those lines, I've actually done some testing with it, and that $30 plate, I'm impressed. This other guy, what he did was the $30 plate, but he also incorporated a thin layer of steel on the back as a final catch-all, and then also tile, but it wasn't the regular tile, it was the small hexagonal tile, and then he insulated that for movement with a silicone, so it had movement left and right. And looking at the way the bullet was hitting the plate itself, it was condensing the breakage of the tile to 1 or 2 tiles where it was localized instead of breaking the entire ceramic tile. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, with the ceramic hexagons, and do you remember the failed dragon armor where it was like it looked like dragon scale, but it was the bullet foam? Yeah, that disperses the force out like that. They're like sharing But really, like what you're talking about, like if you're MacGyvering in the Mad Max time, that is lucrative. But if you can afford a Spartan armor with the seal of approval, the dates it was made so that it's not like expired and stuff, if you can acquire that, I highly suggest it.
Hey,
Absolutely.
I want to try to find a globe somewhere. Not the
Hey,
one I have here, but I mean, just like one at a garage sale or something.
Hey,
And I
hey,
want to
Sovereign.
shoot it. I want to shoot it with dragon's breath, man. Do a video of that.
Hey, Sovereign, could I just say one piece and then I'll be out?
All right, bro.
So one thing I've done last year that is interesting is that I soldered. So I'm a plumber. I just dropped the glass, but that's okay. But I'm a plumber, and I soldered a piece of mercury bulb from thermostats onto a piece of copper and twisted it around a piece of bamboo all the way down and ran it into my garden. And my garlic grew a little bit bigger on the side that I did this experiment on.
There's a whole science to that, actually.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. And so
Say what the weld was again. What was it you attached what to what and put in it?
So I soldered just so there's a mercury bulb, which I have right here, on the top of a piece of whatever bamboo. But so it's a piece of mercury that I soldered onto some copper wires, and then I wrapped it around a piece of bamboo and ran a copper wire into my garden and kind of trellised it around in my garden. And the garlic beside the copper wire grew bigger than that was next to nothing. Yeah, so it's just interesting. Like maybe I don't know. It's just an experiment. It's fun.
I hear you.
Copper's really got some interesting properties, especially some the electromagnetic properties of copper are pretty unique.
Look at this stuff. The algorithms listening to me.
No.
Landscape fabric body armor video popped up because we were talking about that shit.
I saw reviews on that one. That one's actually pretty decent. I was impressed by that. I'm not going to take the money nor the time to build it, but nevertheless, it was interesting to watch.
So if you take, like for instance, copper, a lot of people don't realize that there's electromagnetic properties to copper that, you don't see it with your eyes. So how can it exist? An interesting fact is that top chefs, when they make meringue, will only use copper bowls. The reason being is because it's a tube with a conclusion. That's all a bowl is a tube with an end on it. And when they're stirring it, they're creating a vortex inside there. And it won't fluff up right unless it's done in copper. Now, you can take a piece of copper pipe and drop a neodymium magnet down through it, and it will not drop. It will float down through the pipe. And then once it reaches the bottom of the pipe, then it'll drop at free fall speed. There's different things people don't realize that have reactions to magnetics that you wouldn't really normally know about. Like for instance, everybody knows you can't get a magnet to stick to aluminum, right? It just doesn't do it. It falls right off.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it's what happens.
It's still attractive.
Well, here's the thing. It'll fall right off.
Aluminum a magnetic metal?
No,
No,
not.
it's
not
Lenz's
fair.
law.
Right. So like what happens is if you put a magnet on a piece of aluminum and then tilt it up like that, it'll slide very slowly down. Now on roller coasters, when you feel that thing do that braking action, right? When you're coming up and you can feel that braking action, that's because of an aluminum plate on the bottom of the car that passes over a magnet. And that because it's passing over like this, it slows it down. So
It shunts it.
Yeah. A lot of people also
But
don't
we
know that
have-
water is diamagnetic. In other words, it'll push away
Yeah.
from magnets.
Our
Which makes me
society
think of
has
the-
jumped on the copper train though, because I've seen like full sets of cookware with like copper, like a full copper set of cookware you can get now. And my lower back support thing has copper inlaid in it, but I'm not sure what copper is supposed to do when you hold it against your body.
It
But I've seen
changes the
socks and stuff like that with copper in it.
it changes the flow of electricity in your body. That's why you do it externally. Internally, it affects your joints and also cognitive speed. Specifically, like how fast you're able to think of things, because it, much like in an electrical system, it's used to tie things together for information purposes.
And
Yeah, so
continuity.
basically, well, for instance, this isn't copper, but this is a product that I take on a normal basis. I don't know if you can really hang on.
Magnesium.
No.
Did you say take like you consume it?
I'm almost out.
Carry on. I'll be right back.
It's colloidal gold, much like colloidal silver, except made with gold instead of silver.
And
it does the
something
same
you
thing.
eat?
Yeah, I take a shot of it.
All right. Yeah, because I
Um,
recently found some of my issues. They say it's a magnesium. You need to get more magnesium for like my headaches and some other ailments.
Yeah, you can get a colloidal mix of, I think there's like 5 or 10 of the precious metals or rare metals or something like that in a mix. But like for a while there, I was taking ruthenium, gold, silver, copper, palladium, platinum, and I think one other one. But yeah, it was doing all sorts of interesting things, like the way I was able to think things through, and all, like, it was just really interesting to say the least. It's very expensive though, extremely expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, and I need to check out what's the ingredients in, like Joe Rogan has some line of mental sharpening vitamins,
What-
and some other companies are putting some out.
What I found worked really good. And if you were to listen to anything that I'm saying to research for yourself, what I would do is I would put my copper shot into, or excuse me, my gold shot into a copper vessel. And then I would add both lion's mane, turkey tail, and psilocybin in a microdose for all 3 of those. And I would let it sit overnight and then take it in the morning. And let me tell you.
You guys, Elon Musk is going to have his launch attempt in 7 hours from now.
Oh, thanks for remembering.
Saw that come up on Twitter.
So 7.5 hours, it lands in somewhere in the middle of the ocean on a boat somewhere.
They need
something
to
like
just
that.
This one will probably land near where it takes off, because this is the big Starship one, right? Like this is the one that would carry people and payload if it worked.
So it's a
I think
more
that's
giant
the flight
wiener.
he's trying.
They'll keep kicking the can down the road. Watch. Who's this?
See,
Who's
I
this?
wanted to. I wish I could have got into
I
it.
would go to the moon in a nanosecond. But we lost the technology for that, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Better.
I've never said they're a trustworthy organization, but I wanted to. I'm gonna save it for the next time that one guy's around, the one that left first, with like the Elon sounding voice. Half of my belief in space is if we do reincarnate like over and over again until the oneness and then start it all over again, I could see how we've probably inhabited Venus back when it had life, or back when it was like a green planet like us. And maybe we have taken a turn on all these different planets and we're just running them all down, using them all up for all these reincarnations.
Well, see, that's kind of cool, but there again, that's under that assumption, and a very flawed one, that these wandering stars we see in the sky, obviously reflecting light impossibly back toward the earth.
The stars aren't
actually
reflecting light.
Well, what are they?
The stars that we can see are the ones that have exploded, and that light is still traveling toward it.
No, light doesn't travel forever and ever and ever, especially light years. It doesn't happen. The inverse square law of light disproves distant suns, like right now.
But light can be absorbed, and if it's not absorbed, it can just go.
No,
because it's like if you were.
Can you show an experiment or any indication ever anywhere? A repeatable, demonstrable experiment that would prove that concretely?
Yeah, because that's what we're seeing. You're seeing that
No,
light.
no, that's an assumption.
Freaking lasers, man.
Today is not the globe debate, because
wait a second, that's all part of this realm. There are stars in this realm. We've used them for astrology, for navigation.
Yeah, because
important aspect of it.
Because you can see the light. Now with the moon is reflecting the sun's light, but the stars are their own supernova light.
No. How do you know this? Where did you get that from?
Science.
No, that's not science. That's pseudoscience, which is a supposition treated as fact.
So any given subject, I'm never going to sit in the moment and start breaking down the numbers and the references.
You don't have to. All you have to do is ask yourself.
I do, but it's these pre-conversations where I'm figuring out what I need to come back with the hard.
It's real simple. It's not hard to figure out. You see a light in the sky. I see a light in the sky. I don't care which one. Pick one. Okay, whether it's the sun, moon, star, Mars, whatever.
Yeah,
okay.
Or we could pick the North Star because it sits there.
How do you know how far away it is? You have nothing to reference it by. You have to have at least one known value to be able to reference, to be able to tell the distance of at least.
I didn't say I know the distance.
No. Well, wait a second. You did in a way, because. And I'm not picking on you or nothing. I'm saying this is where people's minds are at. This is how the programming is. Okay. Because you've been told that without ever really questioning it. We get this idea, and I've been guilty of it myself.
Smarter
men than me figured it out.
Everything.
Right.
That's all I do is question.
And it's by using facts we come to conclusions, right?
Right. That's how a Catholic priest before telescopes were even invented, that's how one Catholic priest knew he was on a globe that was spinning and rotating a fiery sun.
Well, he didn't.
I trust the Catholics. I really trust the Catholics.
The Catholics didn't trust him. The Catholics exiled him for it, and if I remember right, I think they eventually executed him.
What a mind fuck it takes to think of such a thing. Really, if no one
was a mind fuck, because back then is when we thought we were on a flat plane, and that's when he was a mind fuck for thinking it was. Well, I think by then we knew it was a globe, but they thought that the sun rotated us, and so yeah, we started out thinking it was flat and basic, and we had to figure out that it wasn't.
Well, see, there's the problem. We started out observing that it's flat, but then had to figure out that we're on a ball. We had to make up a bunch of fucking
No,
formulas.
you
to say that we're
observed
on a
more
ball.
things. No, we didn't make anything up. We observed that we were flat, but then someone observed more things to show that we
what?
weren't.
Like
Because
what?
earlier when we were talking about going from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius, that's the same thing. That's constellations that they are
That's the
watching.
precession of the equinox.
That's
Right. They're watching equinox is globe talk, north, south, east, west is globe talk.
But
Yeah,
you
that's
assume
like
these things we are
time zones or globe talk.
no, that's globe tard talk. You're telling me that right now, okay, so you're in Colorado. Where are you at, Sovereign? You're in Virginia?
Virginia.
Okay,
So
so
2
right
hours
now, what
behind us.
time is it in Virginia right now?
9:54.
1:54 a.m.
Or no, I'm 2 hours behind him, so it's 11:54 here.
Okay, so I say it's 12:54. Which one of us is correct?
Right.
I'd say we're all in the present moment.
No, our time. Okay, you're right that we're all in the now, but as far as these numbers we're using to coordinate and to synchronize, that's based on at 12 o'clock, the sun is high noon directly over you. It's the same way you'd make a sundial and then figure out where to put the numbers on your sundial after you stick it and you get that high noon shadow. You make out the rest of the 12 accordingly. That is time zone, is like every minute is a high noon, 1 minute further over as we pirouette
And the
through
precession around the disc. I'll agree to that.
Because the globe is spinning with a wobble.
Well, wait
and
a
then
second. Wait a second.
I've never felt the wobble. Is it a big wobble?
No, it's like the axis and the magnetic poles are not aligned, and that's how we get the mud flood whenever
No, wait a
the
second. Let me just get this straight. This is what we're talking about here. We're talking about an object, the Earth, that is spinning at a little over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Mhm.
Okay. While simultaneously traveling around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour.
I'm not going to quote you on the numbers, but
While
yes,
simultaneously chasing the sun, which is traveling at like 500,000 miles an hour. Let me show you what you believe.
Keep in mind that out of the 50 states in the Americas, that over, I think it's 35% of them are flatter than a pancake.
You see that?
I love that picture. I did that same kind of picture in spray paint the other day. I thought I was in space.
This idea people have of this elementary school solar system that we've all been shown, and we recreated. Some of us recreated it in school with some styrofoam balls, different sizes, and made a model of the solar system. Never took into account that this is really what's going on right here. What you're seeing right here is what's going on. Okay. You're traveling in several different directions at phenomenal speeds. Now, if this were the case, we would not see the same constellations all the time.
Ever.
Yeah, we watch the rotation of them the same way.
No, they
Do you
rotate.
watch- do you know-
They
do you
rotate
see
in
how,
a
like, from
predictable
spring
pattern.
and
2,160 years for each precession. That's what we do. And we're coming up onto Aquarius right now. It's not the Earth moving. It's all going around that central star, Polaris. It's all going around that central star that we call Polaris.
No,
It's not
We're
wavering.
all
It's
traveling
not changing.
we're all hurtling through the cosmos. Like,
We're
have you
not
ever seen a
hurtling anywhere.
skateboarder on a half pipe? How like
I'm not.
the board will separate from his feet, but they both come around together in that inertia and
If
stay
they
together.
do it right. If they do it right. Yeah.
Well,
What causes
the universe
inertia?
does it right.
Hang on, I'll show you something here.
Well, that's
cause-
that's part of being on this planet. Like, you are a thing from this. We are this monkey host body we're in. It's a product of this planet, like dust to dust, ashes to ashes. So you do need that sun. You do need this water. You go back to that dirt. But whenever we get into like space versus planet side, that's whenever you get into the differences in like the greenhouse effect for the atmosphere, the
Well,
magnetic.
here's their two biggest problems. Before we go looking up into the sky to determine the shape of the earth, that's like me looking up at the ceiling at my lights to determine if my floor is flat or not, right?
Not at all.
Well,
Not at
yes,
all.
exactly it is. To look into
No,
the
it's
sky, determine that something is a ball, and therefore that means we must be a ball. So we put it to the test. We can see too far. It's not a ball. It cannot be a ball of water in space hurtling at phenomenal speeds because it's scientifically impossible.
But
It's
you're not
scientifically-
accounting for science. You can't
Well,
deny
I'm
science.
using science.
You can't
Tommy.
deny science and then
I
say
am
it's
using
scientific.
science, Tommy.
Okay, and then if you're using science, you should know why we're on a ball.
No, that science tells us that we're not on a ball because it's scientifically impossible.
Are you going to degrade my degree?
Yeah, no, I'm not degrading your degree.
My
I'm sure you're a very good,
institutional
I'm
learning?
sure that you memorized and regurgitated all of the information.
That
the
no,
institution
science
gave
is
you.
not memorize and regurgitate. It's knowing how to get the answer.
Well, how did you get these answers then?
All right. If anyone sails, you got the North Star.
Okay.
The North Star is above the North Pole and it
Right.
sits there. It
Mhm.
sits there because the axis is spinning on the north-south poles. So that North Star is always above us like a ballerina pirouette.
But wait a second. I thought we were
You're right.
wobbling. If we were wobbling, how could that?
Right,
how
right.
could that
There
be?
is the wobble, and you'll see
Where?
that.
There's
but
no
you
wobble.
know, but you,
There's no wobble. You can put a fucking
lapse.
lens. You can put a hole through something or a pipe on a tree, pointed at the North Star. You come out every fucking night for 365 days, 10 years in a row, and that fucking star will be right there in that middle of that pipe. There's no fucking wobbling. It's because the Earth's not moving.
No, it's definitely rotating. I mean,
No,
because this
stars
is
are
okay. Well, let me
rotating above us.
keep talking because this is what all shape debaters do. Is like, first you guys are going to bring your conditions to be shown,
No,
and then
I'm
you're
just
going to never
explaining-
let
I'm
me finish a
explaining to
complete
you-
thought because this happened on mooses. This happened on
All right, wait a
these,
second.
it
Real
happened
quick,
here.
Tommy. I'm
I'm very accustomed to this
All right.
debate. That's why I
All right,
don't push
cool.
for it.
Cool. I was in a planetarium. Have you ever heard of one of those? I'm sure you have.
That's
right?
a very condescending.
Wait. No, it's what I'm saying is, do you think that they rotated the projection of the stars, or did they rotate the seats in the auditorium?
That's for the planetarium, dude.
That's exactly how it
Those
works.
aren't
So wait a
stars.
second,
They're
wait
just
a second.
shining light
So
on the
wait a
ceiling.
second. So you're assuming you see stars rotate in the sky, and so that means that the platform you're on is rotating.
The planet is rotating. So let me finish.
How do you know that?
Let
There's-
me fin- I know. See, you're interrupting me with
right, go
your
ahead, go ahead,
probing
go ahead.
question. So you got this North Star above the North Pole. Now, if we go down to the equator and we stick a fucking long, what do you call it? The long lens camera, whenever you just leave the lens open.
Time lapse.
and you just- Yeah. You just like leave that film open. You're at the equator shooting straight up with the camera. You're going to see those straight racing lines of the stars night after night, the way each individual star becomes a streak because you've got the film just open. So the North Pole one, it's still going to have that dot of the North Stars looking up. And then on the equator, it's going to have the straight racing lines because the equator is where that east to west spin is like 50-50 symmetrical. the same way the sun is giving that hottest part of the planet there on that 50-50 symmetrical part.
Tommy, do you see the screen?
I've got it upright. I can't really read.
Okay, it's that's just an advertisement. It says improved by ancient technology. Well, that's your ancient technology. That's what you're talking about. See that you have an inner belt and an outer belt. That's to my understanding. I don't personally claim to know what the size, shape, or anything like that. And you and I have gone around and around and did pointless conversations because you still hold your point of view and I still hold mine. Nevertheless, ultimately, I know that I
don't think we've ever had any pointless conversation. We haven't had a lot of conversations.
Well,
I don't think we've ever.
Anytime we're on this topic. Anytime we're on this topic.
I try to stay away from this because even though I wholeheartedly know we're on a globe, it's like we both agree. We all agree. It really doesn't matter.
This is where I wanted to question you on. Now, you asserted that you could you saw because you saw the stars move above you, which it would do the same thing in the model that I'm talking. They would do the exact same thing, and of course, the North Star would be closer to the horizon because it's not very high and it's not as millions of light years away and shit. It's right there. Okay. And so the further you get from the north, the lower into the horizon it's going to become. The stars above you are still going to rotate. Of course they are. Just like they do when you look at the North Star in the north.
Right. But
so what I'm asking you is what evidence or proof do you have of the earth rotating and that it's not the sky rotating above us?
Because this, let me think of how to say it. This is why I'm saying, like, I like to take these points, organize them, and then come back.
I mean, you're absolutely convinced. You just said several times that you know for a fact that you're on a globe and that it's spinning.
Right. And then I also said that I'm not going to sit here and just meet your conditional responses. I'm trying to think of what else. Okay, so think about it this way. Think about it this way.
You have thought about it, right? This means you have thought about it, right?
Well, not only have I thought about it, I've watched about the Catholic priest. I've watched
it. Then in order to believe it, you would have to have some kind of affirming proof to substantiate that belief, correct? Yeah. Okay, so what
now here's the thing. You guys can get that proof and you'll still deny it because the shadow thing,
go ahead and tell
the shadow, the Carl Sagan shadow thing from the Greeks, it's still true. It's still legit. No matter how much D doesn't want to believe
it. I can do that on my kitchen floor. With
you can't.
I can. Yes, I can with a local light. I can.
He shows in that video why you can't, because he holds it flat and shows what happens with it flat.
I have videos of people doing it on a flat fucking floor. I've done it myself.
You can't.
Yes,
it's
you can.
Literally geometry.
No, it's not. You get the same results from a local sun as you do from that. You get the exact same. And besides
then
that,
do it. While I get the references from what we've talked about, you prepare your showing of doing that same thing with shadows on your kitchen floor.
Not even a fucking problem. Okay. Here's another problem you have with it too. Okay.
I don't have any problem with it.
I mean, here's the problem with Eratosthenes. Okay. Not only did none of his contemporaries of the time even mention him or this fantastic conclusion and experiment that he had done, there's nobody even wrote about him. None of his contemporaries even mentioned him.
Conjecture.
But in order for that to work, that means that the rays of the sun have to be coming in parallel.
No, the rays of the sun are always just flushing against the planet. It's not like a flashlight pointed. It's not like a laser pointer directed. It's that sun is like emanating light.
Yes.
It just hits.
Yes.
Doesn't light travel in straight lines?
There's no line to it. It's like light a lantern.
How far away
it's like where's the line of a lantern?
There, look how far away that is.
Well,
See
let's
that?
do some geometry with that picture
I'm
right there.
still in
with
the middle. Hey,
crepuscular
I'm
rays.
still in the middle of my turn, guys. If you give me a second.
But
Now,
I just wanted, what is your number? What's your proof that it's the Earth rotating and not the sky?
How can the sky rotate?
How could the Earth rotate?
Because everything is hurtling through the cosmos.
No, there's no evidence of that. If
Yes,
there was,
there is.
if everything was hurtling through the cosmos, just like I showed you in that last picture, just like I showed
Yeah,
you.
and when you showed that picture, you made some reference to we're all like rotating the Polaris star or something. You're still implying that there's space, that there's stuff out there, because sometimes you guys are saying we never pass.
This is your belief. This is your belief.
No, I know.
This is your belief.
Well, NASA said we've never passed the Van Allen belts. We can't.
No.
Semantics. Like, I'm not saying NASA is a bunch of
said
truth
that
tellers.
wasn't me.
I'm not saying that
Tommy,
Fauci and NASA are all telling us the truth.
Tommy, here's the bottom line. Look, you have to believe that we're doing this, and over
I'm
thousands
not
of years,
done.
hold on, thousands of years of doing this, the constellations have remained in the sky, visible, same distance from the other fixed stars.
You
No
said you can't
parallax.
tell what the distance is.
Hold
You
on.
said there's no way to know the distance.
The apparent distance, when we use a sextant to measure and to navigate, we've been using the same stars. Just to give you an idea as to how long we've been using the same stars, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer are called that because they were named when the sun was in that equinox 5,000 fucking years ago. Okay.
Right.
Technically, right now,
So
it's
listen.
Sagittarius and Gemini, but we still
Listen.
call it Capricorn. So what I'm saying is
I know what you're
is
saying.
that
You
those
said it every
constellations,
time.
those constellations have remained constant.
Yeah, they're not okay. Those planets in that picture you're showing us, those are planets along with Earth that are all traveling. Those
Yeah.
stars that you're looking at, they're not planets traveling like us. They are just the light
so
left.
how does the
from stars that
perspective? You're going 500,000 miles a fucking hour chasing the sun. Just that part. Think about
Well,
that.
look at
over the
look at the
course
word
of 5,000
constellation.
years, think about over the course of 5,000 years, we
Listen.
should be seeing completely different fucking stars.
Can I have the remainder of my turn?
Yeah, go for it, man. I'm just
Okay,
saying, this is-
so for one thing, we've had both sailors and pilots that have just circled the Earth.
Yeah,
And we
east to
find that
west.
man, you just dive
on.
right in. You won't be able to take information because you are so like
No,
fanatically
I was
religious
clarifying-
to it.
I was just clarifying east to west.
But
yeah,
here's the
they have.
thing. As a scientist, like as a science-minded person, if one day we all went up to space together in a Blue Origin and looked down and saw a disc, I could say, hot damn, fooled the fuck out of me. It was a
Well,
disc the whole
same
time.
thing.
And I can take that new information
It would
and
be
I
the
can
same
just
thing with a globe,
modify
though.
and move on. But
It would be
I've
the
been
same thing if
just
we
with
could go up
you,
and see a
Stav. We've
globe.
been on 3 different channels and you still want to like do the Z thing and like throw this at me. So
I'm not throwing
listen.
anything at you. I'm just trying to understand where you get the idea. Where?
Yeah, the
where-
reason you're always trying to understand is because on Moose's first channel, you and that Canadian would not let me and Joe Cool get a word out. And then Z, I've had Z, I'd be
All
like,
right, well,
Z,
go
I'm
on
coming
with
up.
your
I've
thought.
told
You
Z,
said
like,
that
Z, I'm
people have
coming up
gone
on the
around
panel
Earth.
and I'll come up for anything but shape debate.
You
It's like
said
whenever I get
people
up there,
have
Z,
gone around-
no
it's
shape
because you
debate.
don't-
And he
because-
dives right into shape debate. And then all of you say
Nobody's
that it's the Globers that are aggressively coming for this debate. But it's not a debate because you guys are the ones that can't lay out the universe with how
Hold
it
on,
works
wait a
as a
second.
disc,
Everything that you have put
you
out
can
is
only question
Tommy,
everything I throw
you
at you.
have to question it because you're putting out a bunch of assumptive shit.
No, I'm
Yes.
putting out what we know,
What are
and you
stars?
guys are the
Well, hold
ones
on,
that
what are
never
stars?
have to lay out. Here's the disc. Here's how this happens. Here's where the
I would love, I'll
Australians
do
are.
it. I'll do it. I'll show you how it all works.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten my first turnout yet.
But see,
So-
all I did
so
was
these
clarify that,
sailors-
yes, people have gone around the earth from east to west. No one.
Right, and you always no, you don't go east to west. You either eternally go east or you eternally go west. But if you go north, you will eventually go south, and if you go
No, you
south,
will never
you
go.
will eventually be going north. That's
No,
why
no,
it's
you
like
can never go south and end up going north, and it's never
Wouldn't
been
that
done.
be looping?
It's never
no,
been
it's
done.
called rotating the ball on the axis.
It's never
That's
been done.
Antarctic and Arctic are literally the words for North and South poles. That's why it's called the
Not on
Arctic
old
and
maps.
Antarctic.
Not on old maps.
Yeah, we don't need old maps. We have
Why?
Google Maps. Do you subscribe to Google Maps?
Yeah,
I use Google
Yeah,
Roads.
yeah, that is created from satellites
What's a map?
taking
No, it's
pictures
not.
of the
No,
globe.
it's not. It's
Why-
high altitude fucking photographs, dude.
Why
They're
don't
made
we
up
s-
from different dates. Look
Yes,
at the dates.
Why
very
don't we
high
call it Google
altitude,
Earth?
like outside of the atmosphere.
No, that's all.
NASA said we can't
it's
go
all
past it.
cartoon. It's all cartoon till you get to the fucking high altitude photographs. That's it. You can.
No,
this
we
is done all the
have
time.
we have SpaceX satellite. We have Starlink
don't. There's
satellite
no satellite.
falling back through
No,
the
we
atmosphere.
No, we don't.
See there, that picture right there. Even though
Yeah.
it's superimposed over the landscape, that's a fake picture. But that's what it would look like if you
That's
took
not
a
a fake
camera on the North Pole or the South Pole, stuck it straight up, and left it on. That's what it would look like. Just some
Yeah.
jackass took a landscape picture and superimposed it over it.
No. I don't think
Yes,
so.
dude. I took art as well. That's a shopped
okay.
picture.
I think you took
That
something.
picture is definitely shopped.
Yeah.
You think so?
The outer, it's two pictures brought together.
Where's
Yeah,
that
you
one
don't-
I got? Hang on a second.
Like
Regardless,
I said,
though,
if you were
is this
sitting
not-
there
is
with
this
the
not-
camera,
is this or is this not what you see if you focus a camera time lapse on Polaris? Is it or is it not?
if you were at the North or South Pole, that's what you would see. If
No,
you
not
did
at
it,
the
if
South
you
Pole,
did
you
it
would
on that
never see that
landscape,
because there is
the
no
stars
South
would
Pole.
be.
There is no South
Why don't you
Pole.
take one of those cameras and do it, and you'll see it. If you're
I
in
got one
Virginia,
for the
you'll
Georgia
see
Guide
straight
Show.
line.
I got
You
one
won't
for the
see
Georgia
circles
Guide
like
Show.
that. You'll see
So
straight
you
line.
still haven't told me how you know it's the Earth running, how you know it's the Earth turning. How do you know
Yeah,
that?
I'm actually gonna get all that together and bring it back whenever
Well, I
you
hope
want
you
to.
can, because you'll be the very first person in history to provide proof that the Earth moves.
No,
It's
you
never
just
been proven.
refuse. You are only searching for. You're like
No,
these
it's
people
never
that said
been
the
proven.
Bible's true, and now we're gonna
Tommy,
prove
no,
around the Bible.
No. Aries failure. You start there.
No, you're not gonna tell me where to start because you're wrong.
Well, that was the
Flat
first thing.
Earth
That's
is
the
not
very- that's the
stupid.
first series.
Listen,
Hold on, it's the
flat
very first
earthers
series.
are not stupid. They're just wrong. I
Okay.
agree.
So
Shit
do you know
looks
what
like it
Aries
can be
failure
flat.
was? Do you
There's
know
a
what
lot of
Aries
things
failure
that can
is?
make you question it. But
Tommy, do you
because
know what
you
Aries
cannot
failure is?
hear what I'm saying, that's why it's like, what do you want? As long as we're not executing
You
each other
know
over the
what it
belief,
is.
it
You know what
doesn't
Aries-
matter.
Do you know what Aries failure is? Do you even know what it is?
What I know is the last time I
Yes
had
or
this
no?
debate
Do
with
you or
you.
do you not know?
No,
If
see,
you
you're
don't-
not.
well, that's
Listen,
why I'm
listen. You
asking
don't tell me what to think and say.
Hold on, I'm
Listen, this
not.
is a debate.
Tommy,
You're not
settle
going to
down.
lead me. You're not going to
Tommy.
lead me to the information you want us to refer. Listen to me. Show some
You'll
respect.
find it. You'll end up finding it yourself because it's the most famous goddamn experiment regarding such subject. And if you were actually a
Oh,
science
but you're
fucking
not
person,
aware
you
of
would
the
know that.
experiments that show we're on a globe, or the experiments
What
that shot
experiments?
things
What
into space,
experiment? What
or
experiment has
collided
shown we're
things
on
to the
a globe?
moon to test its.
What experiment
fucking-
has shown we're on a globe?
Be quiet. I'm not playing your game. Listen to what I'm saying. The last time I had this debate with you, you
You never had
started.
this debate with me, Tommy.
Huh?
You was smoking some different crack that night, buddy. I've never debated you on this.
You have. It's Moose deleted the channel, but me and Joe Cool sat there and showed you
I
space.
never
space station
came
footage.
on Moose's channel and debated you. I only
Oh,
got
you.
Moose's channel one
Well,
time.
we didn't show up to debate, but I showed up. It was the first time I
Regardless,
ever went.
Tommy, stay with the topic, okay? Nobody fucking cares. Let's stay with the topic.
Okay,
All right?
well, I'm referencing that time. The last
right,
time we
so
debated
you
this,
I don't
you
recall it.
started out on the space thing, and by the time you were done your rant, you ended on patenting gene seed DNA, talking about the shape of the planet. So I do need to organize something and keep you on task if I'm going to convince you.
Wait a second, Tommy. Just tell me what proof. I mean, you're telling me you're a science major and you don't even know what fucking Aries failure is.
Well, I have an applied science degree. I majored in renewable energies and electric, but I'm not oblivious to. That's what I'm saying. I can go get my.
Well-known, dude, they teach it to you in high school.
I don't think you're trying to even.
What I'm getting at is that there has never been any experiment ever that has proven the rotation or movement of the Earth. Ever.
Yeah, that's how we know it is. I mean, we do go to space and we do sit on the moon and look back at it.
No, we don't. Where's your old?
Well, that's your
steroid?
assumption.
Every fucking picture they send back of it goes totally against what your priests tell us that it is. All they send us are fucking cartoons, dude.
That's not true.
It is true. Look here. I've got.
Listen, they have like footage that. Okay, do you remember when? Do you remember when 4chan kept finding Shia LaBeouf?
Where? Which one of these is your? Which one are you on? Take your pick.
NASA specifically said it's Photoshop because it has to be. That was literally the quote. It was all
now
over
listen,
YouTube with the globe stuff.
Listen. There is fake NASA space footage that they had prepared for a use. There are pictures of the Earth that are touched up, painted on, worked over that were from before we had Google Maps. But now
So
you
Google
can bring
Maps is
Google
correct,
Maps
but they
up.
aren't.
You can bring Google Maps up, and whether you're on Antarctica, America, Africa, you can go down to find your vehicle. Like, yes, that shit is real. It's legit. That's why Dick Cheney had his house removed, because that's why the center of Antarctica is blurred out in a big black hole that you can't fly over or see on
Why would
Google
they
Maps.
block that out?
Because whatever they don't want us to see.
Why would they not want us to see a spot?
That's why I speculate that these drone zippity like pellet things, these Tic Tac craft, I speculate that they are from there. Now that's the thing I'll tell you we don't know, but we do know we're on a globe that's rotating.
We
but
do.
I
Wait
have
a
to get
second, wait a
something to
second.
eat.
You're saying
this was not the agreement.
I
You
know.
like
Wait,
me, you
hold
heard
on.
me saying I don't want to get into this right now. And you
I'm
don't
gonna get
care.
into it.
You
If
keep
you're gonna
pushing it.
make assertions based off of assumptions without any
That's not what I'm doing. That's like these people that don't know the difference between fact and opinion. There's a difference between fact and opinion. There's a difference between assumption and assumption.
Well,
and just because you're not eye to eye doesn't mean you can say that it's not.
You said since we know that we live on a rotating globe. No,
Yeah.
we don't know that at all. And
No,
how
I
do
know
we
we don't know.
Well,
I know.
How do
you
you
don't.
know that? How do you know that?
I was trying to tell you, and you're fucking making me want to hang up and go get something to eat.
Well,
So
just
I'll
tell me
go.
how
I'll
you know
start
that.
getting my.
That's all
I'll
I wanna know.
start getting my information together, and we'll do this, Saab.
you
I'm
don't
not going to
know
be
how-
mad
hold
at
on,
you.
You don't know how you know that. You just know it.
No, I know how I know it, but when you want to start digging into all the numbers and shit, that's what I said at the
Give
beginning.
me one fucking proof. That's all.
I did, and you deny it, Sob.
No,
So why
you
don't
said
you
that
act
this-
your
you
fucking
said
age
that-
for a
you said
change?
that
I
because
think Nubs knows what I'm saying right
You
now.
said because you see the stars move around in the sky. That's how you
Yes,
know.
and
the Earth is
I'm going to get much more articulated and defined on it when I'm prepared. I
Well,
cannot
how do you
hold.
explain the fact? How do you explain the fact that we can see way further than we should be able to? How come we can see objects that should be hundreds and hundreds of feet over a curve? How is that
then you,
possible?
no, you can see further than the curve. That's how we know there's a curve.
How can you see further than the curve? You can't see around a fucking corner.
You can see the stars. You can see further. I didn't
about
say
a
you can
ship.
see
I'm
around.
talking
See,
about a ship.
your language is so fucked up. That's the problem. That's
how
what
is
I'm
it
saying
fucked up?
right
What are
now.
you
You're
talking
saying, okay, I'm telling you, I promise you that without an external device, no, none of us can see around a corner. But you can see stars and a moon that are much further away than your curve is.
All right. So
away.
here's what I'm trying to get at, Tommy, is how come I can see ships at sea that should be miles below the curvature? How come
You
I
can see ships that are halfway over the curvature.
There is no curve. That's why you can see them. That's why
No,
you can
there
take
is a
P9
curve, and you
Dude,
can
this is
watch
why
them
you
go
can take-
over the curve.
This is why you can take
And
a
then you can
P900
focus your camera and see them come back over the curve. So how does that
No,
work?
no, it's the camera that can
I've seen
see
it.
them that
I've done
far.
it.
You use a
Well, how
telescopic
could you
camera.
see
I've done it.
something
I've been
behind
miles
something
off
else?
coast.
Tommy, how can you see something that's behind something? Merely
No,
by
you don't
zooming
see.
in.
That's what I'm saying. You see the top half of the ship as
you
it
see
goes
the
over.
entire ship. You can see the entire ship. It should be all the way behind the water. We see the
Okay,
entire
and
Chicago
you're on the
skyline.
platform. You're on the platform where you can see footage of not what you're saying.
The entire Chicago skyline when it should be under hundreds of feet
See,
of water.
just grabbing. First, we're talking about the ocean and the ocean line. Now you're grabbing at skylines. Okay, so here's
Wait
the
a
thing.
second. The skyline is on a
I'm in
body
the
of
Mile
water.
High City.
Tommy,
Why is it
Tommy,
called a skyline
Tommy, the
if it's a
skyline,
globe?
the skyline that I'm talking about was seen over a body of water, primarily a Great Lake.
Why is
Lake
it called the
Michigan.
sky, Nubs? Why is
Okay.
it called the sky if we're on a flat disk?
That's
Because it's above us.
Yes, exactly. So the skyline, yeah, you can see
Sky
the horizon. The horizon.
Horizon, yes, a flat line.
Yes, the flat line where your peripheral
Thank you.
your perception. No, not thank you. Because your language is all fucked up too, Nubs. And let me
Oh,
tell
is
you
it?
something, Nubs. While I got you here, Nubs, let me tell you something off topic.
I knew this was coming.
your issue with your father and my issue with my father has nothing to do with me going out and leading groups of men to accomplish things. And I know you just wanted to get at Jack. I
your
like to just get at
ability
Jack too.
To
I like
conduct
to just get at
yourself
Paul
as a
too.
father directly correlates with your ability to conduct
the
yourself as a leader. A father is a leader.
No, shut up. The
You're smoking
relationship
on some
between
meth,
a
dude.
father and son has nothing to do with a man's leadership. That's why you see 4-star generals with their little Scott Evil types rebellious son, because it doesn't mean shit to the son. That's just his dad. To soldiers in platoons, that's the man that'll go to war with them and die with them. But to Scott Evil, that's just dad. So no,
It's because
your
they were a
personal
leader
family
and a father
issues-
to the group,
your
not to their
personal
son.
family
That's why their
issues
son
have
became
nothing
Scott
to do
Evil.
with your leadership.
Okay, you
Nothing to
keep
do
on
with your
living.
leadership.
So anyway, what's that got to do with how we know if the fucking Earth is rotating?
No, it just has to do with because you guys are
Coming
a couple
around
of
in
grown-ass
circles.
men. You guys are a couple of grown-ass men that not only you can't be on the same page for the debate, but you can't let me just drop it and go make some food when I've been saying that every time,
There's
and you're
this-
pulling
Well,
the Dometic
dude,
Warriors.
nobody's fucking
No,
got you
answer
chained
this.
here.
Answer this.
I got you chained here or nothing, bro. What the fuck? You go.
Well,
eat
that's
any
what I'm
goddamn
saying.
time
Like,
you want.
like you would think that on that first time of, hey, Saab, I'll get the shit together. I want to get something to eat. We'll do it some other time.
Here's what I don't
think we would have
understand,
just dropped it, huh?
Well, here's what I don't understand about it. First off, why you get so fucking pissed off about it. Secondly, what I can't understand is, you know for a fact, and you're a science person, and you know for a fact that the earth is turning and whirling through a void, but you don't know
You're
how.
still doing, you went right back to it. Because what I know for a fact is we have debated this before, and you don't even remember. I'll grab up Moose, he'll remember.
You've never answered that
Joe
question.
Cool will remember
you want me
too.
to give you the answer, Tommy? I'll give you the answer as to why you think that's a fact. Because
because you can't tell me what I think. That's
Because
what
someone
drives me
told you.
nuts
That's-
about these streets.
You
Is all
can't-
you people
you
do
certainly
is tell
can't.
me that I'm on meth. You tell me what I think. You tell me all
You
these
told us
details
you
of my
were on
life
meth.
that only I can know.
You apparently can't tell me why you think this.
Oh, I did, and you just don't accept it. You just say,
said
"Nah."
because the stars move. So what? The stars move. That's not proof that the Earth's
No,
moving.
we are moving.
How is that proof that we're moving?
You would not let me even finish my turn. So once again, I'm going to eat something. I'm going to start collecting, because it's not just for you. We'll get Jeffrey Phillips because he needs to show up for it. And whoever the fuck was on his channel that day will get us all together, and we'll just cover it in one session. We'll do a big thing about it.
Well, yeah, I want to know what the big. I mean, since no one has ever proven.
Yeah, they have. And we go to space.
No, it
hasn't. We're actually
I
using
wouldn't make that
internet
claim
that
if
is
it weren't
delivered from satellites.
Tommy, I wouldn't make that claim if it wasn't true. Okay, if I didn't know, I would say I don't know, but I do know for a fact. Okay, that Earth,
you don't know what a fact is. Yeah, because you are making claims.
No, see
You
now
are
look,
making claims that
see
aren't
how
true.
you see your cognitive dissonance kicks in.
No,
because-
see,
no,
that's
it
it.
did.
That's it. Like
Did.
we
Look
went
at-
from
look at
this.
You are getting.
you
Look,
think
Tommy, you're getting nasty. There's no reason to be nasty. You're getting nasty. That's cognitive dissonance. It's real simple, man. You can't. Something is challenging your core belief. You believe something and know that I'm right when I ask you why you know it. Why do you think you know that? And it's all an appeal to authoritative sources.
Hey,
You
Saab,
don't really know that at all.
I just looked up the dictionary definition in an unabridged dictionary, an old one. Doesn't say anything about what he's talking about whatsoever.
No, I mean, I can't believe if you're actually a science person that you don't know what Aries failure is. Really? Come on, bro. What about,
Well-
I mean, and it's, look, I'm not trying to, and people need to learn to take pride out of the way, because look, we were all fucking fooled. Okay. We were all fooled. All right. This isn't like something that, that's why I love people saying, oh, you still believe the earth is flat? Yes. I just beamed here from 1400. What is this witchcraft you're talking of? Get the fuck on. Okay. I was able to get through the lies and see the actual reality of things. And, if you can let go of your pride long enough to go, okay, yeah, that is impossible.
Well,
Because it
if
really
you
is.
think about it, like cartographers are a great evidence. Old cartographers, it's not like they were out there just willy-nillying it. They were using these for sailing purposes. Like, they had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cargo that if it didn't reach its destination, the cartographer that made the map that was going to get them to the destination was probably taken care of, with the fish. He was paid very well for his services. So for a cartographer to go out and draw all these willy-nilly lines of Antarctica as we know it today, but not named Antarctica, and we just discovered it, and like the maps disprove the fucking theory. And if we're really using Google Earth, if that's really what we're using, well, how does that even fucking work? Because it's changed in my fucking lifetime.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
I mean,
so
just
that doesn't work.
in my lifetime, I can recall
8 different
maps having
globes.
the North Pole on it, having
Right.
an ice cap shown there. Told it was smaller than the one in the south, when they were teaching us about the globe and everything. And now it's gone. Now it's completely gone.
Right.
And
Fuck.
even Tommy admitted, he says, yeah, they got it, blurred out, blanked out over the North Pole. Gee, I wonder why. Oh, it's something they don't want us to know about. Yeah.
Just
I know.
look at the picture behind you. Corpuscular rays are a prima facie evidence utilizing simple fucking math.
You know how I show one of the proofs, and I'm going to do a short video on it. Those little circles of cardboard that come in your pizza, okay. Take one of those and cut some holes through it.
I've done the experiment.
Right?
I know what you're talking
and then
about.
you just hold it up above the ground and shine a flashlight through it. And then move the flashlight closer to the pizza box and watch those rays start doing this. They'll start doing that.
Right.
And then as soon as you go up higher and higher and higher, they start doing this. They start converging back together. So come on. It's right there.
Same thing happens with lasers.
Yep.
If you put a convex versus concave, and if you put 2 concaves versus 2 convex, like I was just watching a whole big ass experiment on this that they were doing, and all they were doing is changing the fucking angle of the light approach, because light, like in your corpuscular rays there, travels, or if it appears to travel in straight lines, meaning that you can see through the particles in the air, you're able to see those light rays coming through.
Yeah.
Why do they call them rays? Rays are literally straight lines. Like, these things, terminology wise,
well, see, and for
relate to things that are. Go ahead.
For Eratosthenes' experiment, that would have had to require parallel sun rays, okay, for what he was doing. But so they're parallel then, but not now, and not when we have an eclipse, when they're trying to tell me how this huge ass moon is leaving a shadow only 70 miles wide. How does something leave a shadow smaller than itself? That's fucking stupid. So this is telling me that
when I can look up, what I love is when I can look up and see the sun over here and the moon over here, and I can see both of them, not looking from side to side, but I can see one out of one eye. It's in my peripheral vision, but I can see both of them at the same time, and the moon has a fucking crest.
Well, I'll tell you a better one. 2000, what was it, 17 or 18? We had that eclipse. I was in California, and we saw it was partial eclipse there, right? And during the eclipse, I look and the moon is over my left shoulder. So what the fuck
did
was
you
going
see
in
the
front
other
of the moon?
vessel in the? Did you see the other body? Because when we had it, there was the moon, the sun, the thing that covered the sun, and then there was another thing that was on the side of it.
Little crescent looking thing? Yes. You know what I think that is? I think that was the projection.
That could be
through the veil, through the screen or something. I really do. I have to recover off of an old laptop, and I have pictures that I took, and I zoomed in on them, and I got good zoom in of that fucking crescent. It's almost looks like technology to it.
It's damn near transparent or iridescent almost.
Yeah.
Like a not necessarily a metally look, but like a naturalish metal look, if that's even a thing.
But yeah, that was an interesting experience. And I'm like, how does an object leave a shadow smaller than itself? So that tells me in reality, that this object is smaller than 70 miles in diameter, probably about half that, so I'd say probably about 35 miles in diameter.
Well, I was on a plane a while back. I went out to visit some family, and I was on a plane, and I sat there. I do construction and landscaping, dude. So I've got levels and shit, and I had downloaded onto my phone. I use it all the time, work, and it's a fucking accurate level. Once when we took off, the level had an arc that went the right way. And then he leveled off. How do you level off on a ball?
Right.
That was a question that I was, and we were level. Like, he wasn't lying to me. We were level. But if you look at, I did the math while I was on this plane. We were traveling at like, I think it was like 580 miles or whatever the commercial speed is. Ultimately, we would have literally had to have that nose in the fucking air, flying like this across the fucking sky, consistently falling so that we don't go into space.
At 35,000 feet, they would have to drop a complete mile every 2 minutes.
Yes. I figured it out like 2.5 or something like that, but I was doing stupid math without a Google calculator.
It was still, you can look out there and then flaps are set. They're not changing nothing, it's like, there's a reason it's called an airplane, not an air curve,
Right. Well, not only that, but if you think about it, what does an old craftsman use? Like the old school craftsmen, they used a wood plane, right? What did it do?
Right.
It made it flat.
Made it flat, right.
Yep. And, weren't you talking about sea level the other day?
Yeah. What is sea level?
What's sea level?
Right.
I see level every time I look at my level.
And that's the thing.
And then the other one that I really enjoy.
The more accurate one is the longest one. I have an 8-foot level, I have a 4-foot level, and I have a 2-foot level, and I have a torpedo level. The more accurate.
How do you get even more accurate?
Right.
You get a longer fucking board.
Yep. You make it. Yeah, I've made those before too, to get 10-foot walls and shit like that in Plumbo. But my boss had a really cool level that the top of it, you could hit this button and the top would slide out and you could make it whatever length you wanted. That was really cool. Had its own case and everything, Like,
I like concrete levels because you can get some really nice long fucking levels. And all it is just a fucking straight rod, and then they add a couple of fucking rocket levels in a drop down. Like, levels are easy to make in theory. They're just not easy to get accurate without precision machinery.
Yeah, I've seen guys doing a fence line use a big long tube of water, long clear tube of water.
Yep, I do it all the time. It doesn't even have to be clear. You can feel it.
Yeah, a lot of times.
Honestly, as a fence builder, I've done it so often, and I have muscle memory so accurate that very rarely do I'll check with my level just for security purposes, but literally that's what it's for, because my boards are normally pretty fucking accurate because of muscle memory. I know where my levels are. One's at a certain height and the other's at a certain height, and that's how I build my fucking fences. So I know where these heights are with my arms. And then to do all my pickets and shit, I just let it fall and it goes straight up and down. Not north and south, just straight up and down.
Well, see, when he said, people have gone around the earth. And so, yes, they have. You go east and west in a circle around. If you dead reckon any direction, you will end up going south. Okay. That's all there is to it. And you have to keep correcting your course toward the north. If you're going east and west, you will continually have to keep correcting your course to the north. Like I said, if you try to dead reckoning, you'll end up going south. You can go from the south toward the north and head back south, but you'll never end up back north, ever.
You look at the report that Admiral Byrd gave. He said, I was out there for way fucking longer than what I should have been.
Yeah.
Our shit's not accurate. And
he was like,
the other thing is they have a map from the 1600s that's more accurate, and they found actual mountain ranges that they didn't know existed with their satellites. But on this fucking map, it's more accurate, and it's from like the 15 or 1600s. Like, it's old as fuck. And it's supposed have been made based off of maps that are older.
Yeah, see, there's so much more. I would love to know what's beyond that. I've seen other ancient maps that show 33 other continents outside of Antarctica. I think that's interesting, because if you look at all your world organization maps, of course, they all use the flat earth map. And the one thing missing is Antarctica. And in place of Antarctica is a wreath of Apollo, which is a crown. That's a symbol of power, like the Caesars wore. So I look at that and I'm going, I'm wondering, 33 grid marks. There's 33 sectors that the map is broke up into. I wonder if that correlates to those 33 continents that are listed. I don't know. Possibly. But then you got to look at these people that go down there. John Kerry goes down on election night. You got the Pope goes down there, the Eastern Orthodox Pope, and then the Eastern Orthodox Pope and the Roman Pope both spoke for the first time in like over 500 years.
Right.
So what the fuck is
penguins,
going on?
dude?
I
It's
know
the
it's what I'm
fucking
saying.
penguins.
It is. That's why I got that up there in the corner.
Penguins.
I want to put those on a coffee cup and just have it say, "You ain't going, bro."
Well, if you think about it, like even things like this doesn't directly tie, but it does directly kind of tie. If we are on some kind of plane, okay, and there was some great cataclysm on this plane, well, the buildings themselves, some of them would still exist. And wouldn't it be easy to go get some free masonry work? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, maybe it's not too secretive.
That's like I was watching Eric Dubay came out with a video today where he was I guess did an interview on a podcast, and they touched on some of the shit about the Tartaria and that kind of thing. And I'm on board with a lot of this stuff. It's like, come on, you mean to tell me that 500 Mormons, men, women, children, and elderly people migrated out, founded Salt Lake City, and had this tabernacle and all these fucking buildings? Come on, man.
Every single one of them was a fucking stonemason. What are you talking about?
They had to have been, man, even the little kids.
Absolutely.
We're talking about, you got to think about this. This is horse and buggy people. They didn't lay down any, I mean, you look at some of these structures and it shows that they're just finishing building it, right? And I'm looking at it and I'm like, how come you don't have any hardened roads to bring all that stone in there and not have big ruts?
And where's the rivets? Yeah, where are the ruts from traveling all that stone? Not to mention that after building this grand building, they decided to remodel it because they buried it an entire story and a fucking half. So they had to remake stairways and redo doorways that were oversized. About that. And not to mention that I have maps with a big fucking structure right where that one is.
Yeah.
And they're very old recreations. So,
dude, I know I've got that
before Joseph Smith.
That 1587 map that the original is 10 foot by 10 foot. And I've got,
and it shows all of that shit.
Yeah. I mean, all
It's
kinds
so
of stuff.
good.
all over
Chilago.
North America, South America. Yes. And
That
all
one's
kinds
great.
of shit in South America and stuff too, or down in Antarctica, Terra del Fuego.
And then if you think about it, you know, if you really piece history back, you've got to take into account things like plant life, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, if a plant is mentioned in a story, there was a reason. It's a clue. It's a baby in the bathwater. And don't throw the bathwater out with that baby. For instance, you look at all the megalithic stone anchors that are in Florida. Now, keep in mind that Florida is where naturally growing gopher wood is found. Well, there was a story about a big fucking boat that would need to have a massive fucking anchor that was built out of gopher wood.
And the only place that gopher wood comes from is like around in Florida and Alabama and down in there. It's the
just Florida,
crescent,
northern panhandle.
the Fertile Crescent.
And yeah, oh, now we're talking something because you have the Fertile Crescent. Well, you know, they always talk about the Moors of North Africa and stuff, and their symbol is the Fertile Crescent, right?
Right.
But their crescent goes this way, and that's this way. It's the wrong way. Where Italy and stuff is, like what they claim it is. But if you look at the other Fertile Crescent, now that's the coast of, or that would be the Crystal Sea. What we know is the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's your Atlantis. The star is right there. The Bimini Road is right there. It's all right there. There's a big fucking star. Cuba is a star. Cuba.
You know, something that got me is I was looking at Google Earth, and of course, those are high altitude photographs. But if you look out there in the ocean, man, you
all the
see
lines,
like what looks like at one time was infrastructure of some kind or another. I mean, they're too perfect of straight lines and right angles, man.
The Bimini Road is a prime example. When they started diving on that, they looked at it and they said, this is something. This is a structure. And me personally, what I see, having built retaining walls and having retained dirt and having seen retaining walls that have failed and how they fail, that was hit by fucking water and it fell over.
Look here, Nile could be the Mississippi River. And you know what else is very interesting about that? There's a lot of cities along that are named after cities that are along the Nile.
Even better. The Nile is not a Egyptian word, and it's not a Kemet word, which is the original name for Egypt, but it is Greek. Now, we have the Creek Indians, and if you look at their mythology, it's pretty interesting, and Creek and Greek are very similar. Now, I live in Minnesota, where that wonderful river is said to have started and starts from. And I've been to that wonderful place. And on that wonderful place, there's a place called Ramsey County. Now, why would we have Ramsey County in Minnesota? Like, that's Egyptian as all hell. Well, supposedly there was a guy named Ramses once, and he was a governor or commissioner. Well, I would say he was an emperor. Not only that, but we have the word Mississippi, or excuse me, the word Nile in Greek means great river. Guess what the road right next to the Mississippi is called through Minneapolis and whatnot? Great River Road.
No shit.
Shit. Oh yes, I am firmly of the understanding. I don't know it to be true because I wasn't
all
fucking
the old
there.
named cities we got. You know, Cairo,
Rome, Georgia.
Rome. Yeah, there's actually a Rome. Did you know Washington D.C. was called Rome originally?
It's also in France originally. And so you think about all those Napoleonic wars and stuff, dude. You had 300 plus the fucking US is closer to its inception than it is closer to from its inception to its finding.
just a side note about Ramses, right? Okay, he was a Egyptian pharaoh, and they have a popular brand of condoms is named Ramses, right? Yet Ramses is known for having over 100 children.
It's because it's all just they told us what it is with the American Gods movie or TV show or whatever. That's all it is. It's all the same old shit.
It is.
DC does sit on 7 hills. Yep. And it sits in the right amount of rivers and everything. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's also, if you think about it, what's the deal with the Washita versus Washington? Washita people? Okay. And then George Washington, and you look at what that Constitution and where it came from. It came from the natives. They already had that shit set up. All they did in that fucking tower or in that fucking room is agree on the final writing of the new version of the old fucking compacts. All this shit was set up. We don't have anything fucking new on the sun.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of that. I see a lot of mud flood evidence in the old town. The old town here at Luray, which is our county seat, it was actually chartered in 1812 as a town. Okay. County goes back. Well, it was actually, they made this county out of part of 2 other counties, but in any case, like my family goes back to 1752 here on my mom's side. So it's got quite a rich history. And if you go downtown Luray, man, there's a couple of old buildings there that are really show signs. I mean, it's like nobody builds like that. Nobody builds like that. Okay.
Right.
We also had a great big grand hotel, like the Ponce de Leon in Florida and those others like that. We had one here too in Luray, but it burnt down the late part of the 1800s.
Convenient.
Yeah. There's another old home that it was moved back in 1933. They said they moved it in 1933 and built this huge hotel that's up there called the Mimsland. And Eleanor Roosevelt used to come out here with her gal pal. Scissors. She was known for that. But in any case, it's really remarkable that they moved that, especially in this area, to where they moved it, because this place is hilly. This is really a hilly area, and it used to sit on top of a hill, and now it's down in a gully. This house, I think somebody just bought
did the mountain grow around it?
Yeah, I have to wonder, man. But I've looked into a lot of the history of that hotel, and we go there and eat every so often too. It's got a really nice restaurant down called the Speakeasy, and it's kind of a 1930s theme inside there. But I believe that they moved it, because I actually witnessed them move a huge farmhouse over near Harrisonburg, and I saw them take it. It was close to the road, because they'd widened the road over the years. The Spotswood Trail, hell, they had a big front yard, and it was pretty. So anyway, they moved it, and I watched them move this thing with a huge wraparound porch and everything, man. And then they took it down the road a little bit, and then they went up a fucking hill, and it sits way up on one of the highest hills in Harrisonburg. You can see it from all the way coming in on 33 now. I'm like, holy shit. In fact, I think it's one of the hills they had Confederate artillery spotters up on there and some artillery up on there. I've read some diaries of the guys around here from the war, and it's really something else.
Right.
Interesting shit. I read a guy one local guy here. He was only during the 4 years of the war, he spent only 2 nights under any kind of cover, like a tent or a barn or anything like that. That's some fucking hardcore shit, bro.
Yeah, it is. Have you ever been to Richmond? I'm assuming you have.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been to Maymont Park?
Yep.
down by the river, there is some massive fucking mud flood shit.
Yes, yes.
And they give
See, and
a
it's hard.
nice
It's
cover
hard
story,
because of
but
the,
they're
the destruction of Richmond is an awesome cover story. But I've looked over some photographs, and there is some speculation I've got on a lot of shit involved there. You know, they made him take down the Robert E. Lee. They made him take down the Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond. Are you kidding me? You got to be fucking kidding me.
I think those take down the statue issues are absolutely fucking insane on all avenues. Because the thing about it is if you actually know your history, like the history that we're told is kind of different.
Well, yeah. I mean, and even the way we view the country. When Colonel Robert E. Lee of the United States Army was called before the Secretary of War and offered a promotion to general to head up the newly formed or forming Grand Army of the Republic, his reply was great. He said, "As much as I oppose secession, I have a higher duty to my country. Virginia is my home. I cannot turn my sword on her." So his country, Virginia was his country. That's what a state is. We are unified countries on the North American continent. That's what United States is.
Who really pushed the whole concept of the unification of a nation? Like, there's one person in history that I can think of that really pushed for the unification of a nation. He was looked at as a very bad man, but was he really a super bad man, or was he just looking to protect his own nation?
Hey, who's that?
That one guy with the funny mustache. From that, I don't want to get you flagged or anything. That guy with the funny mustache.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
You
I
know,
was thinking of Americans. I was like, oh,
no,
okay,
no.
yeah.
He went for the propaganda. And you think about it, if World War II actually ended, it would be called something other than armistice, because armistice isn't like somebody won. It's just we stopped fighting.
Right.
That means we stopped shooting bullets. That doesn't mean we stopped the war, and I don't know, like there's some really interesting theories about that whole scenario with Eva Braun and everything. The one that I really kind of looked at a lot is the connection between Disney and the Third Reich.
Yeah.
There are some serious correlations, and I had seen a video, and I don't know, I don't know the YouTuber personally, but the guy that was on the video claimed that he was one of the leading experts in biometrics, and he looked at that funny mustache guy. He looked at Grover Cleveland, President Cleveland's son, and also there was a Catholic preacher, as well as good old Walt. The four men, they all had ears that were, according to this man, biometrically the same. And if you put these two men side by side and look at pictures, and you put a funny mustache on Walt, or you shave the funny mustache off of the other guy, you change the hair a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know
they didn't
that he was good friends with Werner von Braun.
Right.
And,
all of the associates that these men both knew, not to mention that little house that those pictures were taken interestingly enough, if you turn it upside down and backwards, is the same house that Disney has direct ties.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. See, and Jack Parsons. There's another connection. A devout disciple of Crowley.
Yeah.
Right. And we know that involved stuff with the younglings.
Yep.
You know,
and you think about all those old Disney films, all the ones that have those really just fucked up messages. What does that do to children? It programs them, right? That's why they're called programming on channels. We're channeling, like we were talking about earlier, we're channeling to the children the programming. And you look at Disney today versus Disney back then, not much has changed. They've just sexualized more.
Yeah.
But the message has always been the fucking same. It's always some dark, fucking twisted shit, kind of like the fucking Writer's Grimm or whatever.
Oh God,
the collection of fairy tales.
German fairy tales, man. Holy shit! You know, once there was a little boy who would not stop sucking his thumbs, so his mother chopped off his thumbs. Now he no longer sucks them. Good night. You know, it's like, oh, thanks, Dad. Great story. You know, well, it's late. I'm gonna cut off of here. I want to thank everybody for coming. Nubs, you got any last words for us tonight?
Last words. Pay attention to what's around you. If it's around you, then you'll see it's around you.
There you go. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for showing up. And those of you that stayed, we've been here for a long time. We always end up having mega streams because we talk about some pretty cool shit over here. If you haven't had a chance, go over to my Rumble side. We didn't get into anything that required us to go over there strictly tonight, but it's always good to have that. That channel's growing pretty good. So if you haven't subscribed over at Rumble, please do so. Link is in the description. And as I like to always say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. Go see your doctor and get the fuck rid of him. Good night, everybody.